here this morning, so looking forward to this agenda. We're going to start off, as always, with our invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. We have Pastor Greg Ball with Destiny Church that's going to lead us in the invocation, and following that, we have Jim Bidding, an Army veteran, who's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. PFC Bidding has reached the age of 91, and we really appreciate him coming to help us with the Pledge of Allegiance this morning. So, thank you.
All right, let us pray. Lord, I thank you for your word tells us in Philippians 1:6 that you begun a good work and you will complete it. I thank you for the growth of our county. I thank you for the blessing that is upon this land. I thank you for leaders that have invited the invocation into this meeting today. And God, I thank you that you will bless this meeting and bless these leaders. I thank you, God, that you will give them wisdom. The greatest king in Israel's history was David, and I thank you that as he inquired of the Lord, you gave him wisdom. And today I thank you that, Lord, as we inquire of you, you will bless the decisions made today, and God, you will give protection and guidance and leadership, and we thank you for it in Jesus' name. Amen.
I think Ms. Boland may want to have a moment. Jim Bidding is a volunteer serving his church and veterans. Before Ms. Boland begins, I want to thank her for having a veteran here to lead us in the pledge. I think it was Commissioner Hall that started that tradition. And it really has, I think, added a lot to our meetings to get started in this way. And so I want to thank you, because it's a tremendous effort to find somebody, make sure everybody's here, and really appreciate it.
It's a labor of love, and it's really no trouble at all, and we appreciate it. Where'd my boy go? What's East Naples? No. East Naples United. He's told me 3 times. East Naples United Methodist Church has a resale shop open every Tuesday and Thursday from 9 to 1. It's right next to the complex here, and he volunteers there a couple of times a week. So we invite y'all to come on over. And thank you so much for doing this.
He was in the service from 56 through 58. So
right.
Those were tough times. So. Not that all times.
Yeah,
tough,
well, we're just glad he's with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Patterson.
Yes, sir. Agenda changes for September 23rd, 2025. First, we're moving item 17H to 9C. This is a recommendation to adopt an ordinance repealing and replacing ordinance number 2004-06 to restructure the Domestic Animal Services Advisory Committee, provide for the creation, purpose, powers, and duties, provide for appointment and composition, terms of office, attendance, and removal from office, provide for officers, quorum, and rules of procedure. This item is being moved at Commissioner Saunders and Commissioner McDaniel's separate requests. Next, move item 17I to 9D. This is a recommendation to adopt an ordinance amending ordinance number 2013-33 as amended, which established the animal control ordinance. Again, this is being moved at Commissioner Saunders and Commissioner McDaniel's separate requests. Move item 17K to 9E. This is a recommendation to adopt an ordinance amending ordinance number 2013-55, which established the standards of care for animal-related businesses and organizations, breeders, and rodeos ordinance. Again, being moved at Commissioner Saunders and Commissioner McDaniel's separate requests. Next is continue item 16A9 to October 14th, 2025. This is a recommendation to approve a resolution superseding resolution number 2018-106, amending the Collier County Domestic Animal Services fee policy as it relates to the authority of the Director of Domestic Animal Services and reflecting the operating costs associated with animal-related businesses and breeders. And we will be changing that effective date. This is being...
Ms. Patterson, on that particular item, we had continued to a date certain the fee waiver for adoptions.
Yes, sir.
And I think we did that because we knew this ordinance was going to be coming today.
Yes, sir.
We've continued this to the 14th. Do we need to extend that fee thing for another?
Yes, sir. And the reason that this is being moved, because this was originally planned to be brought to the regular agenda along with the other DIS items, but I identified a couple of changes and corrections that are needed within the fee schedule that were more than what we could put on the change sheet.
If you would make a note to remind us to extend that fee.
Yes, sir.
Sometime during this meeting.
Yes, sir. We can do it at the end under commissioner comments or
All right.
under staff.
All right.
Okay, yes, sir. That brings us then to our couple more changes. Move item 16D8 to 11F. This is a recommendation to approve and authorize the county manager to sign the low-income pool letter of agreement with the Agency for Healthcare Administration in the amount not to exceed $2,371,401 to participate in the Medicaid Central Receiving Facility Low-Income Pool Program, generating $3,171,846.24 in federal matching funds for the benefit of David Lawrence Mental Health Center, to sign the provider questionnaire to assist in meeting the state-required match obligation, and authorize the necessary budget amendments to the fiscal year 2026 budget in the amount of $594,235.91. This item is being moved at Commissioner Hall's request. We do have an add-on item for discussion under our staff reports. That is the NIM handout discussion. We're going to show you what we've produced at the board's direction to be able to hand out at the NIMS. Just a couple agenda notes. Item 5B is a PACE legislative update by PACE Industries. We did only reflect one name on the agenda. Typo was recognized in the table uploaded to item 16K1 and was corrected the day after it was initially published. Finally, time certain, we have item 11D to be heard at 10 a.m. This is relative to the Tourism Marketing FY26 request for up to $5 million from reserves for enhanced promotion to remain competitive. And item 11E to be heard at 11 a.m., which is the Marco Island Beach berm restoration of the Tiger Tail Sand Dollar Island spit reimbursement of $647,873 from TDT funds. With that, we have court reporter break scheduled for 10:30 and 2:50, and I will look over to the county attorney.
No changes, thank you.
Commissioners.
Commissioner Colwell, any changes?
No changes, no ex parte on consent or summary.
Commissioner Hall.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. I have no changes and no consent ex parte.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Same.
And Commissioner LoCastro.
Same.
All right, I have no other changes and no ex parte as well. So we need a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
You have a motion and a second to approve the agenda as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? That passes unanimously.
Very good. That brings us to item 2A, and this is the approval of the August 26, 2025 BCC minutes.
All right,
So moved.
I have a motion and a second to approve the amendments. Any discussion, any corrections in the amendments or the notes? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Passes unanimously.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 3, awards and recognitions. We do have several employees here joining us. We're going to start with our 20-year attendees. First up, we have Joseph Mucha, Code Enforcement, 20 years. Congratulations.
Yeah, whatever.
Next, 20 years, Evelyn Tremino, Operations and Regulatory Management. Congratulations. Moving on to 25 years, Connie Dean, Communications, Government, and Public Affairs. Congratulations.
Maria, how's he doing over there? Photographer. Good. These are going to come out. Blurry, little blurry. We'll fix it. Head's cut off.
Caroline Soto, Fiscal and Grant Services, 25 years. Congratulations.
Thanks, Jackson.
Bus these people in from every county building or what?
Diana Perryman, Operations and Regulatory Management, 25 years. Congratulations.
Maria, you caught that for the assessment that you're doing on him. One step, you got it wrong way. Said one point of the other.
Gio Gonzalez, Road, Bridge, and Stormwater Maintenance, 25 years. Congratulations.
Hey, Gio.
Jeffrey Allen Smith, Wastewater. Congratulations.
Wastewater, do we have to clean our, wash that before you came here?
Aubrey R. Hughes, Water. Congratulations.
Don't sit down just yet. We have one more. Miss Patterson did not want to be in the list, but I have insisted that we recognize her. She has served the county for, I won't say how many years, but 25. And is evidence of the fact that not only is this a wonderful place to work, but there are opportunities to move up the ranks. And so I'm not sure where you started. If you would tell us, what was your first position?
I was actually a temporary employee over in community development in the records room, and then I moved shortly thereafter to impact fees.
So she rose to the level of county manager. We're very proud to have her as our county manager. I believe the first woman to be the manager of Collier County. So
Yes, sir.
a lot of glass ceilings. She said it was okay for me to say something about her as long as she didn't have to come up here and take a photo. But come on up, get your photo taken.
Follow instructions.
Congratulations.
Picture, Charlie.
Yeah, move
Oh,
to right. Too far, too far, too far.
hang on a second. Is there there's something else in here, so let's open it up so that you get the photo
Oh, yeah.
with the plaque.
Showing the envelope.
Yeah.
It's a Rolex watch.
Oh, okay.
It's a Rolex.
Yeah, yeah.
Coupons.
That's all kinds of stuff. Here. Thank you.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 4, proclamations. Item 4A is a proclamation designating October 1st, 2025 as Redlands Christian Migrant Association's 60th anniversary, to be accepted by Gloria Padilla, Community Relations Manager. Congratulations.
That's okay.
You driving the bus right now, dear. Follow the finger.
Steve. All directions.
If you'd like to tell us a little bit about the Redlands Christian Migrant Association, you're invited to do so.
Thank you. First of all, we couldn't do very much in Immokalee without our favorite commissioner, and he is my favorite commissioner on speed dial. I want to thank you.
So you all know that was part of the record.
Well, she hasn't said who that is yet. So I'm still waiting for that.
Wait, you're an
Well-
aunt, you're a cousin, you're a, right?
Well, you know, I do have a story of each one of you. Daniel, I think you're the newest one, so I don't have much on you. But Mr. Hall, Bert Sanders, you have been here forever, and thank you so much what you've done. And Rick, I see you at the party hardy at Barbara Mills. You're the MC there, so I know you know how to party and we know how to have fun. But again, thank you so much, because Immokalee would not be Immokalee without the support of the county commissioners, and especially you know, our favorite commissioner, that we do call him that because he deserves that title. He is an amazing, and he's an advocate for Immokalee, so, and our CMA. So thank you so much. Amy, I know that I've been part of you with Leadership Collier. You've been there, you advocate for us. So again, thank you so much, and another 60 years.
Okay. So she still hasn't said a name yet, but I'm assuming.
Oh, I am sorry. My name is Gloria Padilla, and I'm from RCMA. Oh, you mean my favorite? Okay, so my favorite is okay.
Bill McDaniels.
Mr. McDaniel, Rick LaCastro, Bert Lysanders, Chris, and Daniel. You guys are all our favorites because we all need you at some capacity.
Yeah, that was a very good strategic move on your part. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Commissioners, if we could get a motion to accept the proclamation.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? That passes unanimously.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 5, presentations. Item 5A is a presentation of the Collier County Business of the Quarter for September 2025 to Andrew Hill Investment Advisors, Inc. The award will be accepted by representatives of Andrew Hill Investment Advisors, Inc. and the Greater Naples Chamber of Commerce. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Oh.
Gotta have that, yeah. What's that? Yeah, they're trying to.
Morning, everybody. Thank you very much for this honor. The last time I think I received something of this nature, I was playing hockey and got an award for won a championship or an MVP. So this is particularly heartwarming. On behalf of my firm, which includes Jennifer Figarelli, my longtime business partner, Alicia Moore, who's been with our firm for about 9 years, and Sean O'Brien, who works out of Buffalo. A little too warm for him to come down for today's award. So anyhow, I just wanted to give you a brief history on our firm. Jennifer and I started the firm in 2010 with 0 assets under management, 0 clients, and left our cushy jobs at a trust bank to set out on doing our own firm, which we thought there was a real opportunity to be serving our community with putting our clients first. Well, this morning we're responsible for a little bit over $225 million in serving over 100 clients. And what I think is kind of noteworthy to this community is that while so many firms in this community focus on the ultra wealthy, our firm focuses on those that are some steps below that. Many of our clients are retirees from the county system, a lot of community service, a lot of teachers we take care of, and we do have a few successful business persons that make up our clientele. And we focus on the middle-class millionaire next door that may need help in all the issues that are challenging to navigate in the financial world. So thank you very much for this honor. This is great. Thank you.
Now, Andy, you do a lot of stuff, or you used to have a fishing tournament and things of that nature. Do you still engage in those?
Yes.
Assuming you do.
And each of us in the firm participate in various activities where we support the community either through our time or our financial resources. Yes, and the Red Snook tournament's coming up in the end of October. Feel free to participate in it. I know there's a commissioner who likes to fish out of Chokoloskee that I've seen him in Kenny Brown's a marina store, so I hope to see him there.
Would that be your favorite, Commissioner?
Yeah. They're all my favorite.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Well, thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 5B, PACE legislative update by our PACE industry partners. And we have your presentation up, so I'll invite you to come to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members. Thank you so much for having me tonight. My name's Jennifer Rojo Suarez. I'm with Renew Financial. It's one of the PACE providers operating here in Florida. I'm also joined by some of my industry partners here with Mark Scheffel from Y-Green, as well as Chris Peterson from Home Run, representing Home Run and Fortify Financial. Before I dive in, Collier County previously chose to step away from PACE due to concerns, especially around contractors. My goal today is to really go through with you some of the recent changes and how the program has evolved since it was last year. So let me walk you through what PACE is quickly. I'm sure many of you are very familiar with it, but I'll walk through you with some of what PACE is quickly, as well as how it's evolved with the recent changes with SB 770. PACE is a financing tool that helps homeowners make critical improvements such as energy efficiency and hardening and renewable energy upgrades. Repayment happens through the voluntary non-ad valorem assessment on the property owner's tax bill, just like other benefit assessments you're familiar with, like solid waste and garbage collection or water and sewer. But what's important to note here is that this is not a government subsidy. It does not use any public funds, and this is 100% privately financed and voluntary. So the homeowner volunteers. If they want to use the PACE program, they choose the program. So homeowners who choose the program for their improvements pay it back annually through their property tax bill, and the terms are capped at 20 years. There's no prepayment penalty for residential properties, and if the homeowner wants to pay the lump sum, if the homeowner wants to pay part of the assessment or a lump sum, there's no prepayment penalties for paying it before the term ends. And all the funds are collected to the tax collector using the standard uniform method. Next slide. Try. Next slide as well. Thank you. Here's a quick simplified overview of how the process generally works. You could go through it, and if there's any more questions, we could go through it at the end. But the type of improvements PACE has traditionally covered projects like impact windows and doors, roofing, HVAC systems, and solar. The statute is clear that PACE cannot be used for things like a new kitchen. So not beautification projects. This is for a public purpose that's going to help your community and the local needs. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. And now with SB 770, we also have septic to sewer conversions and flood mitigation measures that can be used with PACE. So things like elevating a structure above the base flood elevation or installing seawalls. Again, this reflects the intention of the program, which is to serve the public need and local needs of the community. Next slide. Thank you. PACE offers many benefits to property owners. It covers 100% of the upfront costs. Financing terms are up to 20 years with fixed interest rates. It's not based on credit scores, but instead on the ability to pay and equity in your home. Allowing more families to afford improvements that can reduce energy bills and save on property insurance, which we know that's something that is of a concern here in the community in Florida. PACE can also be combined with other federal and state utility incentives. Next slide, please. In order for a homeowner to qualify, they must be current on a property taxes and their mortgage. Homeowner cannot be in bankruptcy and must not have involuntary liens. Funding is capped at 20% of the just value as determined by the property appraiser, and that you have the ability to pay. The PACE program has evolved significantly with Senate Bill 770. We're operating under a very different, much stronger framework of consumer protections. Today's program has safeguards at every step of the way. Homeowners must pass an ability to pay test, including income qualifications to ensure people aren't borrowing more than what they can afford. All terms must be clear with no before you owe disclosures. And very important, we perform a confirmation of terms call in the beginning with the homeowner where we go over all the key terms of the financing as well as their understanding of the obligations of the financing with the property owner. Homeowners have a 3-day right to cancel, and enrolled contractors can only be paid after work is verified complete by the homeowner signing a certification of completion. Next slide, please. Here's some more consumer protections that you could go ahead and look through. We've gone through some of those. Next slide, please. A little bit more. So those 2 pages there are full of consumer protections, again, that came in through SB 770. Another key change that came from SB 770 that's important to note is that there's now direct state oversight. The Auditor General is required to audit every program every 3 years, and these reports will be publicly posted, ensuring full transparency. SB 770 also made it clear that counties and municipalities authorize PACE by ordinance or resolution before it can be offered. This is something the PACE industry pushed for in Tallahassee, and it was very important for us to get through the legislation. Contractor quality assurance. Next slide. Next slide. Contractor quality, we've made some strong reforms here. Every contractor must be licensed, insured, and must go through a background check. They also go through comprehensive training and code of conduct. If contractors do not continue to comply with eligibility criteria from their participation agreement, contractors are suspended, put on probation, or terminated. And after SB 770, we put this information, we're required per law to put this information on our website. So we have a list of our contractors there as well as their current status with the program. Finally, the benefits to local governments. For local governments, it's a win-win. We help achieve sustainability goals, hardens properties against storms, and improves the building stock, creates local jobs, and supports economic development at zero cost to the county. Again, these are no public funds used. This is entirely privately financed. And I'll close there. I just want to say thank you again for allowing me to present. And again, the program has evolved, and PACE is a much better program today, so we hope we could partner in the future. If you have any questions, I'm here, and my colleagues are here as well.
All right, I do have at least one question that may generate some additional ones. Back when Y-Green was the provider in Collier County for the residential services, there was always a phone call between the Y-Green and the borrower, and those calls were recorded. And that provided a record as to ensure that the borrower was getting full information. You indicated that there's a requirement for the phone call. Is that phone call recorded as well?
That's correct, yes.
Now, is that phone call become a public record? So if somebody wanted to take a look, say someone from Collier County wanted to make sure that the proper information is being provided, is that something that could be provided to the county at a request?
That is something that can be added in terms of the ordinance or how it would look here in the county. We've done that, I believe, in another jurisdiction where we could provide that if necessary.
Let me, just for clarification, so that phone call is recorded. Is it required by state law to be recorded?
Correct, yes.
Okay, great. All right. Any other questions? Commissioner McDaniel?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. If you don't mind, just and again, PACE has been around for a minute while we were, since shortly after we got on the board, after Commissioner Saunders and I got on the board. If you would just share a little bit, any one of the three of you, I'm not picking a favorite right now. Share with me some of the, there was big concern with regard to misrepresentation. Habitat for Humanity was a homeowners of Habitat homes were taken advantage of on a regular basis. If you could share a little bit, just a little bit extra. I mean, and then I have a comment with regard to the recording of the calls. So if you would please just talk a little bit more about the consumer protection aspect, if you would.
Be happy to. Thank you, Commissioners. Mark Scheffel. I'm with Y Green. I run government affairs for them. And just quick comment, Commissioner Saunders, to your point, the confirmed terms call is required by the statute. It is recorded. There's ability to get that information. There's obviously safeguards and concerns over personally identifiable information. And so if there's an occasion where it needs to be shared, we obviously work with the county and work through that. Commissioner McDaniel, yes. So Senate Bill 770 was a collaborative effort in Tallahassee between industry, obviously legislatures, stakeholders, and groups, Florida Association of Counties, for example, that had an interest in this. And we specifically targeted many of the issues. One amongst it was the issue you brought up with homes that received grants and funding like that, like Habitat. And it's specifically written into that. Habitat homes have specific deed restrictions in the nature of their financing that would make them ineligible for a PACE assessment.
And that was one of the things that frustrated me the last time, because I know they have specific language in their mortgages to prohibit those things, but yet it was still transpiring. And I almost I almost felt like it was put over here to blame someone else when enforcement wasn't necessarily being acted upon by the lender. So
that's really
my other comment had to do with similar, and I think you addressed it. I wouldn't have. I certainly hope that the phone conversations are in fact recorded, but as long as sufficient protection is put in place, in the event that the county were to ask for it or someone were to ask for it, we wouldn't want personal information being divulged through
Correct.
that. So.
Correct. That is safeguarded. And then just to back up on your comment on Habitat, that's actually twofold. Not only is the prohibition in the language of the statute, but all of industry has safeguards that would trigger if that tried to get into the system. It would trigger and it would not be eligible. Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. So I haven't been privy to the operational of this thing, but in my brain, I'm thinking, okay, there's got to be a financing rate for 20-year term, and a lot can happen in a year with a homeowner since there's no monthly payments being made. You're strictly relying on them to pay their taxes and then pay you along with that. What is the collateral position in case of a default to the homeowner?
Thank you, sir. Chris Peterson for Fortified Financial. I would address that by saying you have the ability to impound these payments with your escrow these payments. So you can make those with your mortgage payment. All you have to do is we provide all of the information. We walk the homeowner how to do that. So most people that have a mortgage are going to do it that way.
They're escrowing with the payment.
That's
just like
correct.
They do taxes.
That's correct.
Okay. Good.
But we are with the property taxes. So if you're late on your property taxes, you're going to owe what's in arrears and have to bring that current. We can't escalate our loan. We can't call our loan. Basically, it has to go with the property taxes and assumes those same rules.
Okay. So what is the collateral position if a homeowner is able to pay their property taxes, but they're not able to pay you? What's the ramifications to the homeowner?
So you're not able to separate out. We're a line item on the property tax, but we can't separate that out. You either pay your property taxes or you don't.
Okay, good.
They can foreclose.
We don't initiate foreclosure. That would go through the county. So.
Right. Any other questions? Commissioner LaCastro.
Thank you, Chairman. I mean, I'd like Jimmy French to come up here to the podium because I will tell you, I've probably spent the most time with him trying to understand and pick apart this program and figure out where we have concerns, have you guys made it better, and things that predated me, possibly with the program. And Jamie, just if you have something to add or to clarify, I think it's important. If you don't, then come to the podium and say, no, they covered it all perfectly. But I know you have a lot of depth in this program and have helped me sort of peel back the onion on it and understand rumor from fact. I want to just hear your perspective for the record.
Thank you, Commissioner. For the record, my name is Jamie French. I'm the Growth Management and Community Development Department Head. This will be, I think, my 7th time. I think I held the record of most times an item came back to the Board of County Commissioners. It was 6 on PACE. And just so you know, you do have a program with PACE. It prohibits them to only writing for multifamily and those that might have some sort of financial advisor where you've got a board. Their interest rates are typically, and PACE is a viable option. I will tell you from the development side as well as from the financial side, it is a viable option for those that may not qualify because they've got the wherewithal to pay the loan, but perhaps they don't have the right credit score. Their interest rates are somewhere just below. I think that they're probably still below a credit card, but they are not at bank finance rates. It's been a successful, viable option for certain things like re-roofs, for hardening of the structure. I think the board led into discussion last time on even an air conditioner. We had looked at the 20-year payment of an 18 or an 8,000, and now an air conditioner is likely to cost you for a 3-ton unit probably somewhere between 12 and 15,000. So that number is even going to escalate higher. But the payback, you had already replaced that air conditioner by the time that you got to that 20 years. So the board actually took a position where they said, listen, we want these folks to have financial advice, whether it be through their HOA or whether it be as a multifamily or commercial property. They felt like there was better representation to look at PACE. And we have had some PACE projects that have come forward. Despite whatever program that they adopt and whatever the Senate bill that was adopted with regards to contractor behavior, Chapter 49 and 553 of the Florida statute, it gives your behavior on how a contractor will behave, how they will practice business. And we will involve the state of Florida because we're required to in the event that we find fraud or malpractice. But again, you do have a PACE program in place. I have not spoken with the group here today. I'm happy to do it again, and I would only encourage the board is where Commissioner Hall, you were absolutely dead right, and I think the conversation you may want to have is with the tax collector on how those PACE loans work. But the gentleman was correct, is that you have your 12-month of PACE loan payback on top of your property tax, and you can't break that out. You can't just say, well, I want to pay my property taxes, I don't have the money to pay PACE. The fact of the matter is that Mr. Stoneburner's office will only accept the payment of what their trim notice is, and that would include that PACE, that loan. And then the tax collector then would transfer the payment received onto PACE to repay that loan. And in the event that it doesn't, then that tax deed is sold.
All right, any other questions? Commissioner McDaniel.
And I just wanted to follow up. There was a comment made about foreclosure in the event of a default. Would you clarify that, please, for me? Do you foreclose on people if they don't pay their taxes?
So if the tax certificate, if it goes to tax certificate sale,
right,
and then eventually, yes, those can be sold or in default, right? But that is not something that we do. That is something that's happens as a part of the county process. But I will tell you, we've been doing a lot of research about this particular issue, and we haven't run the numbers for Collier because we didn't operate here for very long. And the gentleman was correct. You have a commercial PACE, so for commercial properties. We're talking about residential today. And I'll tell you that we have seen in several different counties, and I'm happy to provide this information, where properties that have a PACE assessment are outperforming properties that don't have PACE assessments in terms of tax certificate sales. We have a lower rate of tax certificate sales with people that actually are getting PACE assessments. These are people that are trying to strengthen their properties. They get that letter from their insurance company, and they need to get a new roof, and this is the option that they have. Sometimes they'll do this while they're going through the 90 to 120 day HELOC process, and then turn around and pay it off because we can get this a little bit quicker. Right, so this is people that maybe they've had a financial situation that affected their credit, but yet they've been responsible, making their payments on their mortgage and making their property tax payments, and they have equity in their property, and they have the ability to repay, and so this is where PACE would come into play.
Right, thank you. I
Yes, sir.
appreciate that explanation. I mean, we'll have further discussion if in fact this ordinance in fact comes back through, but I just wanted to clarify for Commissioner Hall's sake, this indebtedness, security for this is a non-ad valorem assessment attached to the tax bill and travels with the tax bill in the event that a cert is issued because of the lack of payment. Then they get their money when the cert is bought by the investor, and then it's not an immediate foreclosure. There's I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there's a 3-year process there for folks to get caught up before the tax deed is sold. So there's a lot more to it than just an immediate foreclosure.
And we're happy to have any of those discussions with staff. We stand at your ready. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Ms. Patterson, I think we're ready to move on.
Yes, sir. That brings us to item 7, public comments.
We have 2 registered speakers at this time. Your first speaker is Al Shanson. He'll be followed by Alex Balina.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. Al Shanson for the record. Citizen, volunteer at DAS, and interim acting chair, DAS. And I know you have a lot of DAS issues on the agenda today, but I'd like to relay one to you that I request that we have a little more interdepartmental communications when we're doing facility maintenance or facility changes or improvements and updates. I'm there 7 days a week walking the dogs, mostly dogs with behavioral problems. And we have contractors, vendors, and different department heads coming and disrupting the entire operation and shutting areas down, causing disruption. And this is done without pre-planning and or on-site management or staff know that it's happening. The latest incident that brought me to the podium is that they put new sod down and they roped off everything except the sidewalks. So the only place you can walk 230 dogs a day with their handlers is on the sidewalk with incoming potential adopters and their kids and their dogs. So I'd really like to see if we can maybe coordinate a little bit better and take those tapes down and give us a way to safely conduct business.
Thank you. Mr. French just nodded his head that he understands what you've said and makes great sense. So
thank you.
Thank you.
I'll see you one more time.
Yes.
Your final speaker under item 7 is Alex Balina.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, and members of the board. I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you to the innovative recommendations of staff in addressing the housing crisis within our community with guidance of this board to ensure the long-term viability of our community. As we're aware, there are different approaches on how to slowly address the needs of housing. We have to be pragmatic and intentional with our actions to achieve some desirable outcomes for our community. I just want to say thank you. I look forward to being a resource and working with you and providing housing solutions to Collier County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, we do have a 10 o'clock time certain. Maybe we could knock out one of our regular agenda, our 11 items between now and then. We do have 11B, which should go quickly. Trinity? That's a recommendation to authorize budget amendments for Transportation Management Services Department in the amount of $30,569,589.41 to allocate infrastructure sales surtax funding to both the Vanderbilt Beach Road Extension Project and new Golden Gate Estates Bridge Project. Mr. Jay Ahmad, your Division Director for Transportation Engineering, is here to present or answer questions.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Let's see if there's any discussion. Nobody's lit up here, so I'm assuming there's no discussion. Call for a motion.
Thank you very much.
You
I had an update.
All right, so we do have a motion, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I made the motion
And it
for
was
approval.
seconded, okay.
And I second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, pass unanimously.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an update for Vanderbilt if you wish to hear it in 5 minutes or so.
All right.
But it's your call.
Okay by me to hear it.
Sure. Let's hear
We get a lot of phone calls about that, so.
I drove by it today. Looked like there was
Let
traffic
me-
He's been
going out
prepping
there.
all morning, let him talk.
He didn't tell me he had a
You got 4.5
presentation.
minutes left now.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got these items approved. Okay, the Vanderbilt Beach Road, as you know, it's a 7 mile starting at Collier, extending east for 7 miles to 16th. It runs, as you can see on the photo. The project from Collier to Wilson is about 3 lanes. It's 3 lanes in each direction. From Wilson east to 16 for 2 miles, it's 1 lane in each direction. So the project was awarded to Collier about 3 years ago for $153 million. The project is tracking approximately 80% of completion on time. It's on budget and within time. I'm gonna move fast so you can, within the 4 minutes. What you see on the photos, these photos were taken this Saturday. In the upper, the photo is 16th, and the contractor, Collier, started at 16th and marched west to Collier for construction. So as you could see, the 2 lanes, the 1 lane in each direction, the bridge, even the fencing, some sod has been completed. From 16th, now this picture going my way to past that bridge to roughly 8th. And now we're at 8th, looking west toward Naples, and you could see the majority of the construction of the 2 lanes to Wilson is complete. You know, some sodding, some fencing needs to be done, but majority of the construction is complete. The final lift of asphalt yet to be done. Now we're at Wilson. The Wilson intersection still has a lot of work to do, but west of Wilson, the pond sites, as you could see, looking west, 3 lanes in each directions are constructed. The final lift of asphalt yet to be done. Now, we're further west of Wilson, and as you can see, all 3 lanes, even the sods, even some signs been installed. The pond sites are completed. The final lift of asphalt yet to be done. You could see on the north side to the left of the photo, the pathway, the 10-foot, some areas 12 feet for bicycles, been constructed asphalt pathway. Looking further in that direction, west from Wilson, you could see the roadway between 10 and 12. 12 on the right side, on the north side, and 12 and 10th on the south side. The roadway is centered between 10 and 12. The roadway is completed with the exception, again, of final paving. The pond sites are done. Curry Canal Bridge is completed, which is right on top of Curry Canal. You could see now the roadway curving to roughly away from 10th, south of 10th, and continuing west to Collier. You can see the curve is completed, the pathway, sodding, pond site, the bridge. We have 3 bridges within the project. They're all done. Now we're on the curve, continuing, and now we're about 15th Street in 15, 13. You could see that the canal, about 1.5 miles of the canal that used to be on the north side now is on the south side, almost 95% complete. There's some work toward Massey, but the canal and some work, all the drainage is in the ground. Some utilities needed to be done in this section, and as you could see, some paving is done, but yet not complete. Again, going further west from 15th, you could see some paving done within that section, all drainage. Of course, the pathway still on the north side is not done. You could see the where the contractor is doing some aggregates. Majority of the construction of the project came from pond sites, from the canal material, the rocks and aggregates. Now we're at Massey. Massey is roughly where the photo was taken. You could see the canal, that the new canal starting at the beginning of the photo, going east. We relocated, as I mentioned, 1.5 miles of canal, Cypress Canal, that used to be on the north side. That avoided acquisition from the golf course and from Greyhawk and other commercial property that would have been very expensive. We used in the design phase that the canal be moved, and it gave us aggregates in addition to saving a lot of funds for right-of-way acquisition. You could see half of the roadway, it's all drainage is in, some curbing in. The half of the going eastbound lanes, there's some work to be done. The majority of this work is these 66-inch pipes. Most of it is done under, there's some sections remained. Now, part of the project was Massey. Massey from Tree Farm south to Vanderbilt was part of this project. And as you could see, we expect the opening of Massey in October. So it's completed, 2 lanes, 1 lane in each direction. We had some, Vanderbilt Country Club had a wall, as you recall, and the wall has been done. All their site has been secured, and I think they're very pleased with the outcome. Now at the end, I think I'm within 4 minutes. Here I'm at Collier, looking west. Half of the roadway, the south half, is completed. You see St. Agnes on the left. Majority of the utilities and the curbing and lime rock and aggregates all done all the way to Massey. And we hope the project's supposed to be completed per contract in April 2026 next year. And there's some days entitlement for the contractor due to weather and some utility delays and so forth. So it may drag it for a month or two. After that, we're gonna come back with a change order for that. But early summer, this project hopefully will be open to traffic. And I'm open to questions if you have any. Sorry to have taken some of your time.
Well, thank you for the update. Like I said, we do get a lot of questions about that, and it sounds like a wonderful project on time and on budget. Look forward to a ribbon cutting there, perhaps in June or July of next year. No one's lit up, so I don't think there are any questions.
Am I not lit up?
No.
I'm over here hitting my button.
Mr. Miller's going to have to do some repair work here. You're recognized.
I am lit. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know we have a 10 o'clock time certain. I just want to share with my colleagues here, you know, everything is intertwined as we go forward. My predecessor in this, now, but Commissioner Saunders knows about what I'm about to talk about. My predecessor in this seat chose to take this road segment off the 5-year CIE back in 2012 or so. And that's just how important our MPO process is, and the intertwining of what we're doing at the MPO over here with what we're doing with capital projects. Our GMP, our growth management plan, triggered the necessity for this road in 2006. For the population that had arrived by 2006, let alone those that came in the next 17 years before we were able to actually consummate the construction. And so my compliments are to our staff. This is more than just a transportation effort. This is a stormwater feat with regard to managing and how we're doing what we're doing with our stormwater. So stand on the contractor. I want to do the ribbon cutting in April as it's projected, and don't be talking to me about any delays.
And let me ask one question for clarification. Sales tax, we've already allocated 74 million of that 1% sales tax, and this will allocate another 30 million. Is that correct?
27.2, sir, will be reallocated to this project, and that's credit to your finances people and the county manager's office. There's some interest to the funds that was in surtax. We went to the surtax committee. They validated that instead of borrowing 27.2 million, with this item, we are actually moving it to the project, not avoiding that interest on that loan that
Right.
would have been a loan.
All right, so the sales tax, the amount total contributed to this project from the sales tax is how much then?
74 plus 27.2, which you just approved, yes.
All right, so 90, actually, 101 million or so
Yes,
for this. All right, so 2/3 of this project was sales tax.
correct.
All right. And the reason I mentioned that is that was a very important referendum. I think it was in 2018 or 2018 or 2018 when that was approved, and generated about $500 million for these types of projects. So very successful. Thank you for that. Ms. Patterson, are we ready for the 10 o'clock?
Yes, sir. Item 11D is our 10 o'clock time certain. This is a recommendation to approve an FY 25-26 marketing fund request totaling up to $5 million from reserves for enhanced tourism marketing efforts to remain competitive, authorize any necessary budget amendments, and make a finding that this action promotes tourism. Mr. Jay Tusa, your Division Director of Tourism, is here to present.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Pleasure to be here. So I'm going to be presenting item 11D. This request comes from the Tourist Development Council, which unanimously recommended moving forward at their August meeting. There's been some discussion over the past few months, kind of like it was last year, where the council started discussing the current climate in which we're in from a visitation perspective, occupancy perspective for our hotels. And so they started the discussion of where we are presently. And the situation's a little bit different this year than it was last year. The dynamics changed a little bit. You know, economic times are a little bit different now than they were last year. International is a little bit now different than what it was last year. So just a quick history on our $6 million base marketing budget. So that's been kind of the constant, the norm for the past 6 years, since 2019. We did have a couple of dips there during the pandemic, during and post COVID. And so just kind of wanted to let you know kind of where historically that number has been from marketing. And so the board last year, you decided to give the CVB, the tourism department, an additional $5 million. And I'll kind of walk you through that in the presentation so you can kind of see some of the results that we're seeing. And we are seeing some good results from that initial investment.
And Commissioner Hall, you're lit up here. Did
I'll
you
wait
want to
till
wait?
after he's finished.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, as I mentioned last year, you approved the supplemental investment, and it did work. Our FY 25 results were driven by that additional investment. Leisure occupancy has improved by 48.8%, up more than 3% from last year. With the introduction of more than 1,000 new rooms, we're essentially playing catch up. So as more rooms get introduced to the market, we have to fill those rooms. We also have another 600 rooms coming online this year. So, you know, we have to be constantly aware of these new rooms coming online and needing to fill them. What matters most is hotel stays, though. So that total number of room nights sold was up more than 16% this year, with nearly every month showing double-digit growth. That growth has been driven almost entirely by domestic visitors, up 3%, while international visitation is down nearly 10%. And hotel stays are, group hotel stays are relatively flat, up just 1.6%. I do want to pause for one moment and just kind of elaborate on that 10% number for international visitation, so you kind of get an idea of what that number looks like. So for first quarter of this year, we were presently at 14% of what international visitors represented in coming into the market. So out of our 2.7 million visitors who come here to Collier County, that was 14% of that number was our international visitors coming to Collier County. So that's a big number. Rolling along, kind of as things have progressed with kind of the geopolitical climate and the situation with the economy. Second quarter, we were down 9.5%. In third quarter, we were down 22.7% for international visitation. So when you look at that, that means our new number of where we're currently resting is about 10% of international visitors coming in from other parts of the world coming into Collier County. So that's that reduction from 14% to 10%. And just so you know, that's about 100,000 people. So that's quite a big number. So we're trying to find where we can find the difference, you know, whether that's leisure visitors or group business that's coming into Collier County to make up that loss. So that's one thing with the money that you gave us last year really helped us with an investment to kind of make up that delta.
Are you able to determine which countries the tourism is down? So, for example, what is the percentage down for Canadian tourists?
So Canadian down pretty significantly, and then the UK is also down. Germany is actually have some good numbers right now. I don't have the number in front of me though, so but I can certainly get that.
I would be curious as to how what it's looking like with our Canadian visitors.
Well, as we talk, Sandra, can you pull that for me?
And Commissioner McDaniel, did you want to chat now?
Wait till
or
he's done.
All right.
Let's see. So have it right here. I'm sorry, this is hard to follow on this phone.
You can just provide that to me later.
Yeah. So here, I have it right here. So Canada is down 1.6%, which I have to question that. And then Europe is down 12%, and the UK is down 19%.
Okay, thank you. Yeah,
and Germany is up almost 5%. So Germany's doing very well.
Check on that 1.6%. That does sound.
Yeah, that does sound off to me, but that's what this says. But I can check on that number and verify it. So anyway, so I just kind of wanted to illustrate kind of where we are with international. I think that helps paint a broader picture for the board and helping you make an informed decision. And so at the same time, you know, as we're operating in the conditions we're operating in, you know, obviously these dynamics are beyond our control, but they reinforce why continued competitive marketing investment is so important at this time. A second round of supplemental investment will help Collier County remain competitive, protect market share, and build on the success of the initial round. I'm gonna walk you through a few slides. Okay, the first one's already up. So our competitors are increasing their marketing budgets while Collier's has, like I said earlier, remained flat since about 2019. At the same time, new hotels and vacation rentals are adding more supply to the market. Without sufficient investment to keep demand strong, that added supply puts pressure on occupancy and rates. Both peak and shoulder seasons are vulnerable if we don't maintain visibility. And then this is a slide, you know, compares the other destinations in our competitive set. So you can kind of see where Collier is pacing here. We spend about 12.35% of TDT on marketing, which places us last in the competitive set by comparison. The average across the set is nearly 38%, with some spending as high as 75%. More than 1,000 new hotel rooms have already been added, like I mentioned, with another 600 scheduled to come on, all of which means that we need strong demand to sustain occupancy and rates. So this slide and the next slide represent the difference between best and worst case scenarios. Even the best case without new funds, growth is modest and visibility will begin to stall. The worst case is oversupply, too many rooms, and not enough demand. That scenario pushes down occupancy rates, and recoveries from that type of decline take longer and cost more. Additional investment gives us the opportunity to sustain growth and avoid the challenges that come with falling behind. So this plan is data-driven, scalable, and responsive to TDC priorities. The focus is on sustaining growth, expanding reach, and supporting both group and leisure business. This is not spending for the sake of spending. It's a strategic investment designed to keep Collier competitive. So this is a slide that shows you last year's supplemental investment delivered measurable results. Transient demand increased by 15%. Every dollar spent returned about $14.50. Bed tax collections reached nearly $43 million through July, up more than $1.1 million for the same time last year. These results show that the original investment worked. This year's plan builds on last year's momentum. We will expand in top-performing markets such as Boston, Philadelphia, Dallas, Washington, D.C., and Minneapolis. We will strengthen digital and sales efforts and use media partnerships that align with our brand and our target audience. The plan is designed to capture more of the visitors who deliver the greatest impact. And with RSW continuing to add flights, there is a strong opportunity to take advantage of new access to our destination. Tourism in Collier County is the largest industry, supporting approximately 29,000 jobs and generating more than $2.8 billion in direct economic impact annually. The supplemental funds you approved last year helped drive nearly $43 million in tourist development tax collections through July, more than $1.1 million ahead of last year. However, as we're beginning to see signs of slowing, group hotel demand, which grew nearly 9% in the first half of the year, has now slipped into decline. As I mentioned earlier, international visitation remains nearly 10% below last year, which forecasts suggest it will not fully recover for some time. With more hotel rooms continuing to come online and competitors spending aggressively, a renewed investment will help maintain momentum and keep Collier County competitive. For these reasons, the Tourist Development Council consider multiple investment options at $2.5 million, $4 million, and $5 million, and unanimously recommended the $5 million level as the one they felt would best sustain our momentum. That's the proposal before you here today, and I can certainly review the components of each one of those options if you'd like. And then also to add, I have Barbara Karasik here, Chief Marketing Officer and co-owner of Paradise Advertising, should you have any questions that you'd like to direct towards Paradise.
All right. Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. Jay, thank you. You did a great job of pitching us on that. Had I had been at the TDC meeting, this would not have been unanimous. I would have definitely voted I would have voted no. Not no for the $5 million extra. I would have just voted no right now. Last year, we had a $5 million supplemental advertising gift that we put into the TDC to let America know that we were open after the season of storms. And that was effective. We did that. The attitude seems to be, if we have it, let's spend it. And I say, if we have it, let's spend it when we need it. And the $5 million, like I said, was to let the country know. I heard Mr. Tusa say about 5 different times about the extra rooms, the 1,000 extra rooms. And I don't think that that's our responsibility to fill those rooms. That's a market condition. I mean, if it was, then they'll be building rooms right and left, banking on our dollars to fill them. And I'm not opposed to the $5 million. I'm not opposed to throwing some extra advertising in there. You know, it has to be effective at some level. There was a staggered approach for some lesser amounts now, and this is a pretty easy act. It's a pretty easy thing to act on if we need it. Sure, numbers are up in the first half of the year. It's season. Sure, the Canadians aren't coming down. It's hot down here. It's not up there. There's just some common sense things that are in play. But if you ask an insurance salesman, do I need insurance? The answer is always yes. If you ask the tourism department if we need to spend money in advertising, the answer is always yes. You know, I'm all about TDT funds going for capital and infrastructure, going for things that benefit the beaches. We're going to give $18 million later on. We're going to look at giving $18 million to the city for the pier, a $10 million grant for their outfall project. These are all TDT funds. $5.5 million to coastal zoning to correct the beaches, and these are what I like to spend TDT money on. Just to throw it against the advertising wall and watch a lot of it fall off and some of it stick. I'm really not a proponent of that.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Jay, would you go back a couple of slides to show a comparison with our community and the other communities that
Happy
are
to, sir.
spending those monies?
There you
I found it interesting when I was looking at this slide because you mentioned earlier in your presentation that our annual spend has been $6 million a year. You didn't show the extra 5 that we bequeathed last year in this slide.
And the reason why we didn't do that is because as of current, our budget is for the new year, it's $6 million. So that's why it's based on that. So, but I mean.
Didn't we bequeath an additional 5 million for the upcoming year?
No, that's what we're talking about today.
I was under the impression that we had approved a $5 million spend over and above the annual that we did
So that was-
last year.
Yeah, so that was for last year.
That was in November last year.
That's correct.
Right.
That's what's coming forth
And it
today.
doesn't show up in here
Yeah.
in our annual spend, and and so I found that curious,
Yeah.
number one. Number two, I agree 100% with what Commissioner Hall had to say. I want to see more efficacy out of our advertising. I served on the TDC quite some time ago. I'm not arguing that advertising is important, but the results coming back are nebulous at best. It's hard for me to discern whether we're spending money and actually receiving a rate of return. And I don't know how that can actually be done. I agree 100% that it is not our job to fill those hotel rooms. I believe that ADRs are determined by the marketplace, and the availability of rooms that are out there will ultimately determine the ADRs. I think we need to focus our energies on the off-season advertising. That is where we suffer the largest, and when you're looking at these numbers, they all balance out over a period of time, including season and off-season. And so I think we really need to focus our energies on our off-season advertising. Looking at visitors from Europe and other countries with other monetary values adds another factor into the overall visitation rate. I mean, when the dollar's strong, they're less inclined because their value of their currency is not comparative to what America has with regard to the value of their dollar in comparison. I don't know the answer to my main issue with regard to the efficacy. I know on a local basis, if you want to advertise with a magazine, I know I used to do it back in the real estate business days, and give a coupon that comes along with that advertisement. Then I have a tracking mechanism to see who's reading my ads, who's actually participating in that process. I'm having trouble with throwing more money at the advertising wall, as it was called, and claiming that that's going to be the savior. I'm having trouble with it.
So if I could, if it would please the board, I could have Barbara Carassa come up and address Commissioner McDaniel's concern about the advertising effectiveness. Barbara is the expert on that. She can certainly address that for you if you'd like to kind of have her come up briefly and explain that a little bit for you.
As she's coming up, because I think it's important to at least hear that, I agree with a lot of what has been said by Commissioner Hall and Commissioner McDaniel, but I come to a different conclusion based on everything I've heard. I agree that we need to build projects. We need to build infrastructure to support the industry, beach renourishment and the city pier, and all of those things are important. But this is a tax on the industry. It's specifically targeted to the tourism industry. They're the ones that are collecting it, and their guests are the ones that are paying it. And the mission is to ensure that that tourist industry that's collecting these taxes continues to be viable and profitable. And so I support the additional $5 million going forward, because I certainly recognize that we live in a wonderful place. There's nothing you can say other than Collier County is a bubble in a lot of ways. It's a beautiful community, a lot of amenities. Tourists want to come here, but it's a competitive market and it's a big world. And if we don't stay competitive, if we don't put the word out continuously, because people have a very short memory. we're all looking at different advertisements for different vacations and things like that. We're constantly doing that. It's true of the rest of the world. And so we need to stay on top of that. And I agree that once you lose that market, it's hard to get it back. So I'm going to support this today. I believe that it's the right thing to do. I'm going to trust the industry that is collecting these dollars, and they're collecting it really for the industry. That's why it was set up. If there's some additional information, that would be helpful. And then Commissioner Lacrasto, when she's finished.
Well, I want to say something that might help you, or at least I want to hear a little bit of this in your answer, because a few statements have been made, but you guys haven't had a chance to rebut. Or Jay, I don't want to say your answer was thin, but it wasn't as strong as I would have liked to hear it for me to feel comfortable. I'm moving forward with the $5 million, but it was said, don't spend the money when you have it, spend it when you need it. So I want to hear your rebuttal to that, because the piece of tourism that I'm familiar with, when you need it, a lot of times it's too late. You're trying to stay ahead of the wave. It's the same thing in real estate. You don't wait until the market crashes and then everybody sort of says, "Oh my God," you're trying to be proactive. So I'm not trying to answer the question for you, but I think that's buried in the answer a little bit. And for me to feel comfortable with this, I want to hear what proactive measures we're doing and why we don't want to wait. Or do we want to wait? There might be merit to that. Maybe we need to wait. Maybe we're fine just now. You've got the money there. The other thing I always say when we talk about these TDT money is we're not giving you anything. You're asking for permission to spend money that's in your account already. And like Commissioner Saunders said, this is money that accumulates for this very thing. You just need our permission to write the check. So it's not like we're taking money out of an account here. Now, in the past, we have taken some latitude to use this money, for different things. But sometimes it's sort of implied like we're handing you $5 million, where you've already collected that money and collected it in a way, exactly as Commissioner Saunders said, for these very things. But you need our permission to be able to write the check. But spend it when you have it, or spend it when you need it. And then the off-season spending, I hear what Commissioner McDaniel is saying. I'd like to know what level of value you think that is, because I do see us spending marketing dollars in the off season to prepare for season, but I'd like to hear a little bit more detail. And hey, if you got the $5 million today, how do you plan to sort of prioritize that spending to get biggest bang for the buck?
Okay. Well, thank you, Commissioner Castro. I appreciate the opportunity to answer that question. So I'll speak briefly a little bit about some of that, and I'll turn it over to Barbara, and she can speak about some of that as well. But so as far as the process and where we are, and the needing of the additional dollars, so what we've been watching over the past 6-9 months in the market is definitely some softening. And so we want to make sure that the initial investment that the board gave us last year, that we continue that momentum and we continue to be able to drive visitation and fill up the hotel rooms. Now, we talk a lot about hotel rooms, but obviously there's a bigger picture here for economic impact and what that means to all tourism-related businesses in Collier County. So it's not just a matter of saying, hey, we're going to fill up this hotel room, but it's what restaurants are people going to go eat at, what shops are they going to go to, what attractions are they going to go to. So we want to make sure that we're representing the entire tourism industry by what we do. And so, but by nature, people come here for a trip, so the first thing they're going to do is book a hotel room. So that's why we focus a lot on hotels in our discussions. But that's not the overall goal. The overall goal is to bring a visitor to Collier County so they can spend their money and make economic impact for our community. So that's the first thing I think I want to say about the clarity of what we're doing and why we're doing it. So as we're looking at these trends over the past 6-9 months, we're watching these numbers and they're definitely softening, flattening out. And so we want to make sure that we're on top of our game from a visitation perspective. So that's making sure we're competitive with our competitive set, because as you can see in these numbers, our competitive set, they're definitely outspending us. And even if you bump us up to the point Commissioner McDaniel made just a little bit earlier to the $11 million, then that moves us basically up one spot. And so that's still not that great. But with those dollars, as demonstrated just a few minutes ago in the presentation, those dollars can be effective. So do we need to spend $75 million? Absolutely not. But do we need to spend more than the $6 million that we're presently spending? Yeah, probably. Now, whether that's a determination, if the board wants to consider a lesser amount for supplemental, that's certainly a conversation we can have, because there are options that we presented at the Tourist Development Council. So that is something that the board can consider as well. If you don't want to spend $5 million, we have 2 other options for your consideration. So with that, I think I'll turn it over to Barbara, and I think she can answer some of your questions as well, Commissioner LaCastro.
Good morning, Barbara Karasik, co-owner and chief marketing officer of Paradise. So to answer the questions of, efficacy, when we were blessed with the additional funds this past fiscal year, we were able to actually spend that starting in January of 2025 through middle to late August. And what that did is it focused on the shoulder season and the summer season, which is exactly when we needed to focus on that. So focusing on what we call the off season, or was commented on the off season, was a very strategic decision for us, in addition to what our annual marketing plan was. Furthermore, regarding the efficacy, we have a fiduciary responsibility to invest these dollars. It's an investment with the return. And on that additional supplemental dollars, we were able to garner that 14-to-1 return. How did we do that? The lion's share of those dollars in our expertise is digital. And what we do with the digital is we're able to behaviorally track visitors who see the ads or don't. We measure all of our media, and we do that in a couple of different ways. That additional supplemental dollars was focused on Expedia, which is tracking people and booking. It's also on TripAdvisor, Kayak, and then a programmatic media platform. The beauty of that is we're able to, in the digital space, identify individuals who actually physically show up. So we're not probabilistic, but we're deterministic. We know when those visitors show up in our county because their mobile device or their credit card is swiped here. So that is how you do it, like you said. In other types of brick and mortar locations, this is how we do it in grocery and retail, right? We know that they show up, we know that they came for more than 50 miles, and we know that they spent the night here because they stayed here more than 24 hours. That is the beauty of the digital marketing that we're doing. It's very, very targeted. And you asked, what would we do with these dollars? Well, as Mr. Tusa said, we would be very strategic. We're not just going to throw it to a wall and make it stick. That's not what we do, and nor have we done that with the dollars from the prior fiscal year or the other prior fiscal years. The beauty of what you see here with their competitive spending, if those other destinations received supplemental dollars, that ceiling became the floor for the following year. So if we are very fortunate to have additional dollars, I can tell you this, we're going to fish where there's fish. We're going to continue to focus on the markets that Mr. Tusa mentioned, to bring people back that are familiar with our destination, lower funnel, getting them here, and by darned, we're going to track every person that comes in, what they spend, where they came from, and continually to mine that data to continue to find those deterministic visitors to come. And yes, while ADR is set by the properties, it's also about who you're targeting to come. Can they afford it? What's our ideal visitor? Not just that they can afford the higher ADR, but we also want them to spend in market. Don't stay at the high properties and then not spend in market. That doesn't help our jobs or our businesses or the economic impact that tourism brings to the destination. So it's twofold. We have our annual plan. Yes, we will be excellent stewards of those dollars and get the best return that we can for that $6 million. But the momentum that we've built from January to August, that faucet completely turns off if we don't re-engage back in January to focus exactly what we just did this past year and do it better. And the bar is set at 14-to-1. And our goal is to increase that 14-to-1 next year if we were able to do that. We look at things, as Commissioner LaCastro knows, it is about dollars and cents, and it's math. And we love that challenge that you've set, but we challenge ourselves with that every day in our industry.
All right. Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
I have a question for her, unless I don't mean to jump,
All right.
but I didn't want her to run off.
All right.
Oh,
Well,
go
she's not going to run away, but go ahead. Ask your question.
Approximately what's the lag time from the time the dollar's spent till we're seeing the results, or you're seeing the results?
That's such a great question. So we've tracked the booking windows, So from the time that visitors or consumers see the ad to the time that they book, it depends on the platform, and it also depends on time of year. After the pandemic, we were seeing very longer booking windows. Now we're seeing shorter booking windows, which is actually really good. So we're knowing that we're converting them. It can range depending upon the platform, and we track the booking windows on every media tactic or advertising tactic that we have. Our average booking window right now is less than 30 days. So people are coming within 30 days of seeing the ad or making that purchase decision to come. Now, sometimes they cancel or rebook, and that's why we always do a 45 to 90-day look back as well.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you.
And don't run away, just in case.
No, I was just going to.
Just have a seat.
Barbara, thank you. Thank you. That was a good job. I mean, obviously, Paradise knows what they're doing when it comes to advertising. We have a budgeted amount for advertising of $6 million. So I would like to see all of this targeted stuff happen with the original budgeted amount. And it doesn't just go away if we don't supplement, if we don't throw an additional $5 million in there. Maybe we need to change our timing with the original money to keep those targets, to keep those. We're getting, Naples, Commissioner Saunders said it the best. It's an amazing place to come. There's people that we don't have to talk into coming here. They come year after year because it's paradise. But we act like if we don't spend all of this money, they're not going to come. I totally agree that we need to target the markets. I love the fact that we targeted some different, we targeted some Dallas-Fort Worth. We targeted some West Coast stuff. We targeted some Denver properties. I love that. I think that's smart. To answer the question, if we need it, is not just, I'm not stupid enough to just wait and be in this big tourism hole and, oh, I guess we better advertise now. We're smart enough to know. We just got to hearing the answer. We know within 30 days if we have the bookings. We can react very quickly to the advertising world. And yes, it is tourism money. And yes, it is generated, but it doesn't mean that we don't need to be good stewards with it and put some serious thought into it. We're almost doubling the budget for advertising. 1,000 rooms. VRBOs weren't even mentioned. I mean, there's VRBOs are competing with those hotel rooms. So I'm thinking, I'm not opposed to advertising. I want to make that very clear. I just want to do it smart, and I don't want to just assume if we don't throw $5 million extra money at it right now that the faucet's going to shut off. Maybe we need to change the target to keep the faucet open. Off-season is always off-season. We've got Paradise Sports Complex. We're going to start having some baseball fields. We're going to start having some people. That's going to drive tourism. We spend money for actual events. Football University, it's an actual event. We have hard data, what that produces. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying instead of making a hasty decision, trying to decide today at 10:30 that we need to throw $5 million of extra money to the advertising thing, I think that there's some extra thought and some extra considerations that need to happen.
All right, everybody's lit up here. So Commissioner Cowell.
Thank you, Chairman. All right, just for my clarity, because I know Commissioner McDaniel had mentioned it. So when I'm looking at this chart, the $6 million, that was our budgeted $6 million. We did approve for the fiscal year 24-25, and I think mentioned we started spending the additional $5 million this past January. So our true number is $11 million.
Correct.
Not that, and
Correct.
even like you said, it bumps us one space on spend. And I try to simplify things in my mind when I look at this, and I just think of a circle, right? Because I can pie chart it and say the center of the circle is this pile of money that visitors give us. And it's kind of like a circle because everything we do comes back around with this money that we collect from visitors. And like, listen, we got a project coming up that's in my district. Very important, I believe, is the $10 million for the outfall project for the beaches. Over time, it's going to save us money because we're not going to have to pile sand over these old outfalls and bridge them while we're doing our work on an annual basis and stuff. It's just over time, it's going to be beneficial overall, you know, and unsightly too, because we're going to get rid of these old pipes sticking out of the ground. But where I'm going with this is I look at this chart. I'm a very competitive person by nature. I don't know if you guys know that, but I look at Hillsborough, and it's kind of wondering because Hillsborough spent $11,300,000, right? So they're only $300,000 more than we spent. They did 65. In my mind, I'm thinking, well, that seems weird because you have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, a professional football team. You have Tampa Bay Lightning, who in the last 6 years either been in the Stanley Cup playoffs or in the Stanley Cup 3 of those years. And I'm just thinking, how did they not beat Palm Beach County with that type? Because Palm Beach County has no professional teams, none of those type of things. And so I'm trying to wonder, what are they doing better than Hillsborough? What's going on? Because Hillsborough, by nature, should be kicking everybody's butt just by having those large professional markets year round.
I agree with you, Commissioner.
In the winter and the summer.
But rate drives a lot of that.
So
where we are in our stature in the state, and a lot of that is driven by rate and our ADR. I mean, we're very fortunate to have that. I mean, because some destinations don't have that. So obviously, when you're charging that higher rate, then you see numbers like you see for the Palm Beaches.
Yeah, okay. So my thing is to have the money to spend on these projects, like that are the good infrastructure projects that we know are definitely tourism related. The circle has to work. So we have to. It doesn't work if the people we diminish the number of people coming through however way we do. We need to have a team, and the team work together on always keeping that circle fulfilled to keep each part of that circle or that pie of that circle operating where we would be satisfied at operating at. I'm trying to clarify my mind, make it simple. It's just saying, the team works together, and if one part of the team thinks this is going to get us closer to the goal, then I think we should support that, and that's just my feeling. And it's not our taxpayers' money; these are our visitors' money. And if you don't have the visitors, we don't collect the money, and we don't collect the money, we don't have the $10 million for the outfall, we don't have the 3.5 for the pier, and whatever other things that may come up that we have no control over because of Mother Nature and things like that. We're going to have something about the dredging on the Marco project, which we're fighting up against Mother Nature on an annual basis with the way the sands come in and the drifts or the level of water, the shallowness around some of these islands. So, if we don't have the visitors, we don't have the ability to fix those things. If we don't have the ability to fix those things and maintain them, we don't have visitors. So it's a full circle to me.
All right, Commissioner LoCastro.
Thank you.
You want to begin?
Jay, I'm not here to do your homework for you, okay? But trying to connect the dots in my own head. The first thing I'll just say is a statement. Naples is paradise. Agree with Commissioner Hall. But I visited all these places, and we all probably have on this chart. They're all paradise. I just came back from Jacksonville. Maybe it's a little different than Naples, but had a great time there. That place is awesome as well. I don't think Naples just sells itself. I don't know if we need $5 million. That's what we're here to decide. But I certainly don't think just stamping Naples on something means that people come through the door. One of the things I don't think you've touched on enough, and like I said, I'm not here to do your homework for you, but it's not about just heads and beds. So if we have 1,000 less beds, heads and beds at the JW Marriott, you started to sort of connect that and say, then those people aren't here to go to restaurants, they're not here to buy gasoline. But the other part too is I'm wondering if you've got any kind of feedback from our employers in the area that say, wow, occupancy rates are down. We've laid off housekeepers. We don't have as many dishwashers. We have less people working our valet parking. We've cut hours on quite a few people. I mean, I can tell you on Marco Island, the answer to all that is yes. And a lot of those employees that no longer have jobs, guess where they went? A lot of them have gone to Hillsborough County, Tampa, Sanibel Island, a lot of other places. So we're losing some of that workforce to some of the other places that also consider themselves paradise. Or am I wrong? I'm not trying to, like I said, do your homework for you, but I want to hear a little bit about, you're in this every day. What are you hearing from employers as far as, they can't keep staff on if their occupancy rate is 68%. So has that been an issue, or has that been talked about? I'm no longer chair of the TDC. Has that been something that's been discussed, the workforce?
Yes. So yes, sir. So that has been discussed over the past few months. at the TDC meetings and then amongst, staff and the agencies, kind of where things currently stand, talking to our partners. And it was interesting when you made your initial comment about that. We have quite a few hoteliers in the room, and they were nodding their heads in agreement with you as you were saying those things. And I'm sure they're going to want to speak in a few minutes when they have the opportunity to. So you can certainly hear it directly from them. But that is a theme that we've heard, especially this past summer, that we have businesses and restaurants closing. We have them scaling back their hours, laying people off. So that is a concern of something that is happening presently in Collier County. So that is the underlying reason of why we want to do what we want to do, is to have an influx of dollars to support the marketing efforts to bring people in and support those jobs and those businesses.
Yeah, and I'll just say, I don't want to throw $5 million against the wall to just keep people employed, but the people automatically stay employed if there's heads and beds. So it all gets tied together. Thank you.
Right. Mr. Miller, how many registered speakers do we have? Yeah. Commissioner McDaniel, we got 5 speakers. Why don't we start that? Unless you've got something
important.
Don't
I always have something profound?
Well, I was going to modify that by saying, unless you've got something to say that we all want to hear.
I used to own a hotel.
He is the chair, so I'm going to go nice. If you want to, I'll hold my comments till after the public speakers. I'll be fine to do that.
Right, because we're gonna have to take a break here in just a minute.
We can do that now if you want.
We could, but I thought we might be able to get through this because I think we all know where we're heading with this. I'm going to make a motion at some point to approve the $5 million for the supplemental spending.
And on that note, that was going to necessarily be my comment. No, I don't think any of us up here right now are arguing whether or not this request is going to go through. What I'm hearing is efficacy and transparency and accountability, tangible value for the dollars that are expended. What I heard from you earlier was a misnomer. It's advertising $6 million, and then you didn't count the additional 5 that we put in. What I heard from you earlier, and you didn't report the extra 5 in here, was our numbers are actually trickling down, even though we have invested these additional funds back into the advertising on that standpoint. Nobody up here argues the necessity of ancillary dollars. We all saw that during the construction of the Great Wolf Lodge and the 600 contractors or construction workers that were in there. We all saw that at Paradise Coast when FPU shows up in town. All the restaurants up and down 951 are booming. So no one argues the necessity of the ancillary dollars. What I want to see is accountability, and you get that through transparency. And that's the only way that we're ultimately going to be able to make the economic decision viably without throwing these things at you from an accountability standpoint.
Well, if I could respond to that, Commissioner. So as far as the numbers, I want to be very transparent in that is, some of the numbers are up and some of the numbers are down. And so when you look at big picture, it can be a little confusing to some. And so, our numbers, some of our numbers are up, by like international group business, those are down, but some of our other numbers are up enough that they're helping compensate for those lower numbers. And so I think that's one reason why we probably need to keep our foot on the accelerator pedal, is to make up that difference, that delta that we're having from those segments that are down. And so I hope that I've relayed that to the board, that you understand the situation we're in. And if you didn't understand that earlier, then my apologies. I probably didn't explain it the right way.
All right, let's get to the public speakers. But as we call the first speaker, I'm going to make a motion to approve the supplemental at $5 million.
Second.
And the reason I'm making that motion is I've said it earlier. I want to repeat a couple things. We do need to build some infrastructure, and I was really pleased to hear comments concerning the need to build up our summertime visitation, because we're going to be talking about that. I was really pleased to hear about the discussion about facilities and bringing baseball and softball here in the summertime. Those are the types of things that will generate a lot of tourism in the off season, but those are things that are several years down the road. We may get an approval by the voters in November of next year to approve a 1 cent increase in the tourist tax, and we may vote to build softball and baseball fields, but it'll take some time to get those in place. And so that's why I'm making this motion, that I think that it's important to keep the the pedal to the metal here and to continue advertising in this market. We're seeing it. We're seeing downturns everywhere, and I think we have to respond to it. There is a motion and a second. We do have public comment. So let's go ahead and run through the comment. And if you're supportive of the motion, if you would just simply say you support that. If you are opposed to it, then we want to hear what you have to say. I certainly would want to hear what you have to say.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
can I just make a comment? I mean, I think the people that are supportive, I mean, the fact that, we have senior executives here that took the time to come, I'm solid in my second, but I also think it's important for you all to go on the record and explain and not just go, yay, great, we got the money or what have you. We don't all attend the TDC, and neither do the citizens who watch this are watching right now. So I think it's important for you guys to go on the record and tell us why you agree with the motion that we're making up here, and maybe some of the details that maybe Jay might have missed, or some things you're seeing in your, in your businesses that we need to know about and that the public need to know about. So I would just say that it's totally up to you if you want to use your 3 minutes, but I think it could be very valuable for us to hear what you have to say, make us feel even better about our motion.
All right, let's go to the public comment, and if there's some staff folks that want to come on up to address Commissioner LaCastro's comments, let's do that as well.
I'm going to ask the speakers to queue up at both podiums for the sake of time. Your first speaker is Elysia Dawn, and she'll be followed by Hyla Crane.
Hello, and I want to say, first of all, a big thank you. As you said, my name is Elysia Dawn, and I'm the CEO of United Arts Collier, our local arts agency. I do want to thank you for your service and your time today, and also for signing your letter of support that I brought up to Tallahassee in support of the arts. We were thrilled to see our leadership return to funding the arts this year. That said, unfortunately, only 4 out of our 14 arts organizations in Collier County received funding, so we really could benefit from some additional spending here that would be beneficial for our arts and for our community. I've shared this before with most of you, but I want to reiterate that the nonprofit arts sector in Collier County, not including our for-profit friends, just nonprofit arts and culture generates $147 million in economic activity and $29.4 million in tax revenue annually. When it comes to tourism, our study showed that 30% of arts attendees were non-local. Of that 30%, 45% said the arts are the primary purpose of their visit. And what does that do for us? According to the Department of State's website, it states that, quote, cultural tourists represent a market to be tapped to generate new audiences and new income. That speaks to that efficacy part, getting that bang for the buck here. And they further state that arts and culture tourists spend 60% more per trip than those that do not take part in cultural activities. These visitors also stay longer and take more trips per year. So really, pressing that bang for the buck here. We saw in the data that we were below some of our competitors. We really want to make sure that we stay competitive and appreciate your desire to do so as well. In the nonprofit world, we know that donor retention is really important, and that it's more cost effective to retain than to bring back a lapsed donor, which can cost 5 to 10 times more than retaining a donor. I think that would apply similarly here, and I'm sure we have some of the data to support that. Also thinking about that return on investment, that 14 to 1 to me sounds pretty good. I'd like to see that on all my investments. But when we think about that return, it's certainly not about just promoting the arts, but including the arts as part of a balanced approach to promoting what's wonderful about this place. So I just want to take a moment to say thank you very much for very seriously considering this, and for a way to strengthen our economy with the arts and all of the amazing offerings that we have here in Collier County. Thank you so much.
Let me ask our reporter here, you want us to go ahead and finish this, or do you need to take a break right now? Okay, let's go ahead with the next speakers.
Your next speaker is Hyla Crane. She'll be followed by Chris Lopez.
Good morning.
Good morning, esteemed commissioners. My name is Hyla Crane, and I'm the executive director at Marco Island Center for the Arts and the Arts Center Theater. I attended the last TDC meeting because the county marketing serves as a voice for all tourism. And as a smaller organization with a limited marketing budget, we rely on these marketing efforts, and we're grateful for what's been provided, and we see those results. This summer, we did see that decline in attendance. We had 3 European visitors. This is unprecedented, one from Spain and a German nanny and her charge. We keep a guest book, so that's how we track it. We're sort of old school. I agree with what has been said that Collier is the most beautiful place, and we should shine the light on it, and certainly not less of a light than competitive markets, because Collier isn't the only place, and you can't wait for it to be late. Obviously, I stand in support of this motion. Thank you all for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Chris Lopez. He'll be followed by Sharon Lockwood.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Chris Lopez on behalf of the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association here in Collier County. Thank you for this robust dialogue. I think it's tremendously important. We vet some of these issues, some of these concerns, and understand where these dollars are coming from and essentially where they need to go. We just, last week, we were able to send you all a letter on behalf of our Collier chapter about our position to support this additional spend. We just simply ask that you remain competitive in the markets that you compete against in the headwinds of the current conditions that we're seeing, not just in Florida, but across the country. So these additional dollars, we'll make sure that you do that with some of these markets that you see on the board. And I would just like to add, one additional point. Again, thank you all for everything, and thank you for making this motion and the second. As long as your tourism department and the CVB are a function of Collier County government, the buck does stop with you all and county leadership about maximizing butts and beds. Attracting those visitors, attracting those conventions, attracting those large events, attracting everything that we've discussed essentially does fall back onto county leadership because of the structure that we have here in Collier County. So thank you all for your time. Appreciate your support.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Sharon Lockwood. She'll be followed by Steve Dorsey.
Good morning, Commissioner. Sharon Lockwood. I'm the Area General Manager at the JW Marriott Marco Island. I'm very happy to be here today. I had the opportunity last fall to speak to each one of you about this important topic of, and I don't want to call it supplemental anymore, I just think it should be our marketing budget. When we think about the economy and where we are, and I can tell you firsthand, I have lost some significant group business from Canada over the last 2 years, year and a half, but most importantly in 2025 for future business. So I'm going to be out looking for new business. And Hyla, I want to apologize to you because our occupancies have been down considerably this summer, year over year. And speaking to Commissioner LaCastro, I have steadily over the last 6.5, 7 years that I've been here, with the exception of COVID year, had 1,150 associates, employees. I'm down to under 1,000. Not because I can't find them, but I don't have enough hours for the individuals that I'm currently employing. I also know that living close to Marco Island, I visit the restaurants. Restaurants are closing down 1 or 2 days a week because they cannot afford the payroll to stay open full time. It has not been that way since I've been down here. And furthermore, I work every Saturday at our local food bank on Marco Island. And the number of families have gone up over 300 from where I was last year to where we are this year. That talks about the tourism business. It talks about putting those heads in beds. It's important. When I think about the full year, we're going to run 53.5% occupancy in Collier County. So you take the first 3 months of the year where you're running close to capacity, that number is abysmal. And I'm competitive too, Commissioner Cowell. I want to run over 70% as a county. What is it going to take for us to get there? And that's just the price of entry. So when we talk about $6 million, we've been spending that since 2019. If you just add inflation, we're up at $8 million, and we're only asking for another $3 million to even get us on par to where we should be. I believe Collier County is the best county in Florida. I am so grateful to live and work here, but if we don't make these changes now, we're going to be having this discussion every year for the next 5 or 10 years, unless we see an unprecedented surge like we did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next and final speaker on this item is Steve Dorsey.
Good morning, Chairman Saunders, Commissioners. Appreciate it. My name's Steve Dorsey. I'm the General Manager of the Inn at Pelican Bay. We are a locally owned 100-room hotel on Vanderbilt Beach Road. And so when you're looking at some of the different hotels and everything, it's really important to us what the CBB does. And we are in full support of what's going on. We're 40 employees. We need every little bit that we can. And with the CBB, it makes us all compete on a level playing field. So when they're putting together a new program or they're putting something, that's for Sharon, it's for all the other, it's for the big hotels, it's for the little people like me. And so I stand here representing everyone that's medium-sized, small hotel, and in support of this. So I just want to make that statement.
All right, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Commissioner McDaniel, your light is up. Anything else?
No, you were kind enough to recognize me before public speakers. Thank you, sir.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Not yet.
I'm not sure what the vote was.
That's a four. Is that a
Okay.
4-1? 4-1.
Okay, 4-1. And I agree with a couple of the speakers. I don't want to see this coming back every year. Take a look at that $6 million budget for the following year. I'm not suggesting that you move it to 11 million, but if that's been our budget, 6 million since 2019, then I think we would all agree that that's probably something that needs to be taken a look at. So anyway, we're going to take a break until 11:15.
Can I add something?
Yeah, yes,
Mr.
sir.
Chairman? So the executives that came and spoke, Sharon and your group, I just want to thank you for coming, but challenge you to continue to stay plugged in with Jay on a regular basis and give him feedback. I mean, it's great where we see you all here, and I'm not saying you aren't involved, but I can't stress enough the importance of when we're not in these meetings to continue feeding him with how your stats are going and how you're measuring things, because you're our yardstick out there, and then that helps to arm him with information when he comes to a TDC meeting to either make the case or not. So I appreciate all your comments.
All right, when we come back, we'll take up item 11E. That's the 11 o'clock time certain.
Yes, sir.
We'll be in recess until 11:15.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Jay.
reconvene. We're moving over to item 11E, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Item 11E is our 11 o'clock time certain. This is a recommendation to approve a request for reimbursement from the city of Marco Island in the amount of $647,873 using tourist development tax funds for costs to restore the beach sand berm of the Tiger Tail Sand Dollar Island Spit in northwestern Marco Island, resulting from impacts of Tropical Storm Debbie and Hurricanes Helene and Milton. Authorize the necessary budget amendment and make a finding that this expenditure promotes tourism. We have Mr. Justin Martin from the City of Marco Island Public Works. Their director is here to present.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. As mentioned, Justin Martin, the Public Works Director from the City of Marco Island. And it's fitting that this item is right after your last item, which was related to tourism. This is also related to tourism. And it's related to the Sand Dollar Spit on Marco Island, as you see in the photo right here. I'm going to try and keep this presentation really short, so I'm going to skip over some slides and just cover the important issues. This is a reimbursement request, as was mentioned, so the work is already done. The last year we had, as was mentioned, Tropical Storm Debbie, Hurricanes Helene and Milton that caused some erosion of the beach berm that you see on here. And this is a spit. It's accessible from the Tiger Tail Beach County Park. So you can go in your car, park in the Tiger Tail Beach parking lot, and walk up the spit to access the entire length of it. So obviously when we have a storm surge from 3 storm events, we were impacted from a storm surge of all of those storms, and it did its best to hold up, but obviously it's difficult for a sand spit like that to withstand all of that. So there is a biannual restoration program that is already programmed that came before you last year, and that is a once every 2 years normal maintenance of restoring the sand spit. But in the interim, if we have hurricanes with storm surge that affects the coast just like it does everywhere else in Collier County, it requires some restoration of the sand. And so this request is for $647,000, as was mentioned. And I think last year when we came before this Board of Commissioners, one of the comments was, anytime you can do anything for less than $1 million, that's a win-win. So if you would compare the restoration of this sand spit to the other beaches in Collier County and the city of Naples, we're talking tens of millions. This was $647,000 to restore it from the effects of 3 individual storms that had storm surge that caused the breaches. So with that, I'm going to go through some of these slides. This is just showing where the area bounded in red there on the left. It's an extension of the Tiger Tail Beach Park, which is at the south end, and it goes all the way to the north. I'm going to skip over this. All right, so here's some photos that shows what it looked like, and there's a typo in the slide on the left there. That's November of 2024, not 2025. Obviously, we're not there yet. So that's what it looked like after those 3 storms that we had in 2024 that caused the erosion of the spit. And as you can imagine, if you're accessing the beach from Tiger Tail Beach, you get to a point where you can't walk down that spit anymore, and it's gone. So the photo to the right is from this year. That's April of this year, and that's after the restoration was done. We have a short window to be able to do this restoration between November and February, which November is when the sea turtle season ends, and then February is when the shorebird nesting season starts. So the restoration has to occur in that time frame, and that's one of the reasons why the city is involved in order to be able to get this done in a timely manner. And then we come to the Collier County for reimbursement of the tourism fund. So here's a photo on the left is before the restoration, and this is in the same area. As you can see, there's not much of a sandy beach left there. the sand got pushed into the mangroves, and that caused the die-off of the mangroves. And then on the right is after the restoration. So you have sandy beach, you have beach goers that are now able to walk it. What happened there? Let me go back. On the left, the beachgoers cannot walk up the rest of the spit because of the storm damage. Here's some photos, just a collection of some of the attractions of the Sand Dollar Spit. We're going to have another photo zooming in on that top left photo there. That was taken shortly after, 1 week after we reopened the spit in March of this year. And you can see all the beach goers on the beach. You can access this. This is, I don't know why this is doing that. You can access this from walking, get there by car and walk up the beach, or you can come by boat. So there are 37 fishing charters in Marco Island alone, and many of those fishing charters stop in the Tiger Tail Lagoon, which is directly adjacent to this. And there's also a lot of other types of tourism activities, as is listed here. There's bird watching, beach combing, kayaking, kite surfing, surf fishing, charter fishing, sunbathing. All of that is enjoyed on this Sand Dollar Spit. Here's a photo taken in March, as I mentioned, just right after we reopened the spit. And if you looked at this photo, you would think that was Keewaydin, but it's not. It's a Sand Dollar Spit. So this has a lot of the same tourist attractions that Keewaydin does at the southern end by boaters. But it also has the advantage that you can get there walking from the beach. So here's some of the commercial tours. There's dolphin watching tours, there's shelling tours, beach combing. There's tours that are organized by some of the hotels and places where you can stay on Marco Island. Here's some of the advertisements from that where it's been featured on social media. You have it's been featured in the Naples Daily News, the Reader's Digest. It was one of the best kept secrets as far as beaches in the country. All right, forgive me, I don't know why it's doing that. I'm not touching anything. It's just automatically going to the next slide. You have, it's featured in TripAdvisor, featured in the New York Times, and also it's on the Great Florida Birding and Wildlife Trail. So we have visitors that come from all over the world just to look at some of these endangered shorebirds like Wilson's plovers, the black skimmers, and some of these other ones. It does attract a lot of people down to Marco Island for that. So it's also featured in the advertisements for some of the short-term rentals, such as Vrbo, Airbnb, and you can see here, this is just a sample of some of these. Marco Island is also a stop on the American Cruise Line's route, which has several different routes, one starting in St. Petersburg, goes down to the Florida Keys and then back up, stops in Marco Island. Another one starts over in the on the East Coast near St. Augustine, and then comes around and then also stops here in Marco Island. This is a photo from June of this year. So you can see this, the spit is still standing. We haven't had any storm surge events this year, thank God. And so we're just looking at the normal maintenance year if things hold up and we don't get another storm. Now at the southern end of this, you could see that white sandy beach. That's how you, and over on the right by the lagoon, that's Tiger Tail Beach, and that's where the parking area is. So you can walk down to the south, make your way around, and go up the entire spit. Another before and after photo, actually in 2022, this was the conditions then after Hurricane Ian, and after the restoration that was done in 2023. And with that, that concludes this presentation. And as I mentioned, this is a reimbursement request. So the work has already been done. This is all permitted, constructed, and we only will come to you on if we need to do post-storm restorations for this type of restoration, and then there's a biannual maintenance, as I mentioned earlier. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Commissioner Colwell.
Thank you, Chairman. Hey, good morning.
Morning.
Is this a natural, or was this designed and man-made at some time?
This is part of what's called the Tiger Tail Beach Tiger Tail Lagoon Sand Dollar Island Ecosystem Restoration Program. So while there was beach there, it was closed off, and you had Tiger Tail Lagoon. I don't know if you recall, but Tiger Tail Lagoon for many years was closed off, and it was just a stagnant pond, if you will. And so to restore that, this project was permitted, and this was a cooperation by the Hideaway Beach Special Taxing District in Marco Island, because this is a win-win type of project. It serves several functions. It serves the function of being an ecosystem for shorebirds, for sea turtles, a nursery for fish in the lagoon. And it also serves the purpose of storm fortification for the community. So if you didn't have this spit, this serves like similar to a bumper on a car. It's the first line of defense for oncoming storms. If you didn't have this, if you look at that photo on the right, you have all of those mangroves there that would be decimated by storm surge and having the sand pushed into there. And in fact, some of that did happen even with this spit, but it would have been a lot worse. And then you have some homes that are really close there, and you would end up with an erosion of the coast, similar to what happened in Estero Island and Fort Myers Beach, where if you look at photos over time, there was a nice white sandy beach there, and now there's a seawall. There is no beach because of all the erosion over time. So this is an engineered project where the reason that it's cost so little in order to restore this is because the sand migrates to the tip of this spit at the northern end, which we can then access that with mechanical means, with excavators and quarry trucks, and not have to import sand from other places throughout either the county or other counties. That's what makes those projects really expensive. In this case, the sand migrates nearby, which is accessible, and we don't have those transportation costs, and that's why this is a sustainable, renewable project that can be maintained over time.
Okay, so at some point in time, I mean, do you know when initially it took place, the project, the initial one?
I have the engineer here that did the permitting. And
I'm talking about now. I'm talking about when he originally decided that this was going to be some sort of barrier to the coastline.
Yeah, what year is that?
When it was.
This is Mohammed Dabiz from Hubbardston and Moore.
Thank you. For the record, Mohammed Dabiz, Hubbardston and Moore engineers, project engineer for this project. So this system is a natural system, but it's also intersecting with the activities on Marco Island. So the history of this system goes back to the 1960s when the inlet, when Big Marco Pass was evolving, and then the sand spit was attaching to the island. The dredging of the entrance started in the early 2000s. To keep the entrance open and to keep the lagoon flushing,
okay.
Not for navigation. And it's a 2-mile lagoon. So, and then the sand spit was permitted in 2022, and the initial construction was in 2023.
Okay, so at some point in the 60s or early 70s, this was a thought of thing, and it was done or not done. I'm gonna go. I'll go somewhere else. I'll get the answer I was asking. So I'm going to ask these technical questions because I'm learning a lot more about this because of my own issues I'm dealing with on my district with beaches. So the parking spaces that are in the park, how many spots are there?
I don't have to, I would have to defer to county parks.
Yeah,
to
Ms. Patterson,
give
do you
that.
know, do we have anybody for our park department here that can?
I'm looking
I
at
guess
the back.
the reason I'm asking the question is because I know from my
I could
own
tell you it's in the
education
hundreds.
I'm going up against is that you have to have so many parking spots for so many 1,500 feet to use tourism tax dollars to pay for projects like this. So
Yeah, there
what's
are
the
multi-
length from where the spit to the parking lot, and do we go south of the parking lot with beach nourishment and things like that using TDC money, counting those spots?
I don't have that answer for you. It does have multiple
Because
parking
it's a
lots.
statutory thing. That's what
No,
I'm trying
I-
to figure out. We're not doing something outside the statute by giving you the money.
No, I understand. And I just want to inform you that this was looked at by county staff and also the county attorney's office, and the determination was made last year when this first came before you that it met all of those requirements. I just don't have those details for you.
Ms.
yet.
Patterson, do you have-
I can help. So I don't know that Jamie's coming up with the total number of spaces at Tiger Tail, but this this project as it pertains to Sand Dollar Island and Tiger Tail Lagoon, we probably spent 15 years amongst Marco and the county talking about what to do, not only for the health of for the Tiger Tail Lagoon, but probably more importantly for Hideaway Beach and Marco was with the attempt of the island to attach to Hideaway Beach. The frequency of them having to dredge that spit was increasing. And so they'd approached the county a number of times in the past to look at a collaborative partnership. So as the folks said, we did vet this through the county attorney's office, and it did make a trip to the CAC and the TDC when the initial project was done. So this was a natural, dynamic system up until 2 years ago when it was permitted. You'll probably recall we had several meetings where folks came in to talk about the birds. There was like 12-acre growth on the spit where it had become a home for shorebirds where they were nesting. So the question became, would they even be able to permit it? The answer obviously is yes. And so that is sort of how this project has evolved. But along the way, the determination was made that this was eligible for tourist development dollars. We can get you the information on the number of spaces at Tiger Tail. But the other interesting part about this is that the access, generally speaking to this, people can walk either through the lagoon or around the lagoon and out onto the beach, and they can make their way the whole way. I actually subjected staff to doing a walkabout on this early in the project.
So you can walk through the water, it's shallow enough? from shore?
Originally you could, and now I don't know with all of the flushing going on now if you can go across the lagoon anymore. But you can by land go out and around and come out onto this beach. But the looks like the most of the activity that's happening out there is actually now by boat, similar to Key Waden. But the sand source, as Justin said, the sand source for this project, the sand actually migrates down and around, and this was the issue of how it was trying to attach out onto the land, onto the beach. So that it collects there, and so they're able then to dredge that out and bring it back over onto the beach.
Understand that. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Caldwell, do you still need to know some information about Tiger Tail Park, or are you okay with that?
No, as long as legally we already had it looked at and
that's
it meets the requirement, because I know that was some of the things I had issues with some areas on our beach and the
Yes, sir.
Naples.
And sir, the answer
we
is
didn't have public parking and we couldn't use TDC money.
Mr. Klaskow, you may have looked at this some time ago.
We've looked at this, the county attorney and staff. This has followed the progress, the required progress of a project through the TDC, which the county attorney reviews, the CAC, which the county attorney reviews, and then to the Board of County Commissioners for that finding that it promotes tourism. However, there are 226 regular spaces and 6 handicap spaces at Tiger Tail Beach.
If you look at the legal considerations, it sets forth the reason why we can do this.
And Commissioner, that is not inclusive of your storage area that you keep for your beach combing, as well as any of the equipment. So in the event that we were ever need to move that, that would be available parking. It's very primitive there
as you access the beach, where you've got more designed parking there next to the restrooms and what used to be the concession area that was open in the playground.
Thank you.
Commissioner Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm obviously somewhat biased because this is my district and probably have attended a lot more meetings on this than everybody else combined. We never promised to fully, reimburse, but I think the spirit of this qualifying for TDC dollars was always something that was discussed. To answer Commissioner Cowell's question maybe a little bit more succinctly than that you guys did as engineers or what have you, when he asked, is this natural? I think the right answer, or the easier answer is, yes, it's been natural for years, but we've enhanced it a lot to help make it more accessible and to survive the storms more and whatnot. But I'm sure if we went back, X number of years when none of us were here, it sort of looked like this, but it's been enhanced a lot. And then what a lot of people don't realize, they'll say, oh, you're going to spend $600,000, but if a Hurricane Katrina comes and hits tomorrow, everything you've done is for nothing. This is a natural repair. So we add sand to beaches all over Collier County every year, where I've gotten emails from people, oh, you're so stupid, you're repairing this with sand. Why don't you put rocks and a seawall and this and that? Every environmental agency is, as you know, Doc being the lead engineer, we can't do it that way. So we do the best that we can, and then we repair here and there. Ms. Patterson already sort of answered the parking spots. That lot could be half full, but this whole area could be packed because, as she said, it's mostly accessible by more people by boat. So although we count the cars and we have the right number of spots, it doesn't really tell the whole story as far as boat access goes. My last question is for you, Mr. Martin.
Yes.
Has Marco Island right now is in their own budget discussions. This might meet the parameters for tourism dollars, and it does. And we had talked about reimbursement multiple times. But in their budget discussions, have they talked at all about splitting the difference with us, picking up part of the tab? Because we have Hideaway Beach residents who are spending a big ton of their own money to add to this project in the areas closer to Hideaway Beach. Then we've got the part that then sort of gravitates down to Tiger Tail, which becomes sort of a joint project between Marco and the county. But has there been any discussion, or did they tell you to march right here and ask for the full amount and hopefully come back with a big bag full of $600,000 from TDC money? Is there any partnership at all in the Marco budget?
Last night was the second city council meeting for the budget. The budget is now finalized. And one of the items within the budget there's several different budgets. And one of the budgets is, as you mentioned, the Hideaway Beach Special Tax District budget. They did increase their millage rate in order to fund things such as this to accommodate the restoration of the sand spit. They have mentioned that board, because I'm also the staff liaison for that board and I attend those meetings. They have mentioned over time that they cannot go it alone. They need support from the county to do this, and if they don't have that support, they will not be able to continue.
But how about support from Marco? Because all the things that you mentioned, and I'm just playing devil's advocate a little bit. I mean, obviously, I support this and wholeheartedly. It's in my district, but like I said, I'm a little bit biased and have maybe a little bit more information on the value, or a little bit more personalized feel on the value of it. But when you say that the Hideaway people can't go at it alone, it's not just Hideaway and the county. Is there any discussion with the Marco City Council because Marco benefits from this as well? It's not just a county asset and a Hideaway Beach asset. Has there been any of that discussion as well?
I cannot speak for City Council. On behalf of City Council, I do invite you to reach out to City Council to discuss that. They will be glad to discuss those sorts of issues. But as you're aware, we're all budget challenged, and every year we have the list of infrastructure needs and what needs to be funded versus the revenues and what comes in with property taxes and other revenue sources. But I'm not able to answer that question on behalf of the city, because that would be something that need to be directed to City Council.
And if I may add, beach management is more on the county side.
Oh, we're aware.
And it's the same with the city of Naples, the city of Marco. So I don't really know exactly how the history is, but all the beach projects from Caxampus Pass to Barefoot Beach that are of public interest are managed by the county.
Yeah.
Commissioner McDaniel.
So just two comments. Mr. Martin, last year when you were here, you mistook what was said. Any project less than $1 million isn't where we're at. Where you got the compliment was the sand source that was utilized for this was local. It was right there, and we weren't trucking it in from inland sources. So I was really happy about that. I think from a comparison standpoint, we were $10, $12 a ton moved here as opposed to paying 20 a ton and trucking it in. So that just as a point of clarification. Number two, it's good that you've got a biannual maintenance program, but maybe give consideration to bumping that up to doing it every year. I mean, the dynamics of what are transpiring with all of our beaches all along the way. If you're stuck, unless there's an emergency, just maybe give consideration to bumping that up.
All right, I have a couple questions and a comment as well. Ms. Patterson, my recollection is that the amount of tourist tax dollars collected on Marco Island is about 25% of the total. Is that in the ballpark? I mean, I know it's a big percentage. I think that's true of the city of Naples as well.
I'm looking at our tourism folks, but
Just
Ed,
ballpark.
Yep. Yeah, Ed says that's approximately.
Okay. So, spending money on Marco, I certainly have no problem with that because you raised a lot of that revenue there. And I know there's going to be a motion to approve this, and I'll support it. This obviously is something that's going to happen. It may not happen every year, but the odds are pretty good it'll happen every couple of years. I mean, there's just a thin line of sand there that wouldn't take much of a storm to wash through that. And so I'm not sure that I would support this for the next 3 years that I'm on the board. So I just plant that seed. Commissioner Castro said maybe there's a formula where the three interested parties, Collier County, the city of Marco, and Hideaway Beach, maybe there's some way to share these costs. But I see this as an infrastructure project that is built to not last. It just can't. So next year when you come back, if it washes out this year and you come back, I'm not so sure I'd support it. But Commissioner Castro, do we have any other registered speakers? Commissioner Castro, I assume you.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve, but I actually have talked to the city council and other forums in here and have said this isn't a blank check every year to just say, hey, do what needs to happen out there and then come to us for reimbursement. The engineering feat that happened out there was miraculous. I mean, when you look at the before and after pictures, but it's expensive. And so maybe some preliminary conversations before the money is spent and then coming back to us. And we did have some of those, maybe more at my level and not at the commissioner level. But if this becomes a recurring thing, if we have the unfortunate incident of some big storms that are coming in here, what I would tell the city of Marco and even the people at Hideaway Beach is talk to us a lot sooner so we see what the bill is going to be, and then maybe we have that conversation about how we're going to share the load rather than just, fix it all and then come to the county and say here's the bill for reimbursement. So I make the motion that we approve this, but I echo what Commissioner Saunders has said. Every time we have to invest in this, we definitely need to have a conversation, and sooner than later. And everybody I talk to agrees, so I'm not saying anything. I've talked to the folks on Marco, but I'll make a motion to approve.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, that passed unanimously. Ms. Patterson, we're going to be taking a break for lunch in 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes or so.
So while we're talking all things beaches, perhaps we could take care of the stormwater outfall project. We do have Mr. Middleton here from the city, and I think we have enough time to go through that one if it pleases the board. That is item 11C. This is a recommendation to approve and authorize the chair to execute a Category A grant agreement for the City of Naples stormwater outfall pipe removal and water quality project as a reimbursable grant not to exceed $10 million. Authorize any necessary budget amendments, and make a finding that this project promotes tourism. And Mr. Bob Middleton, City of Naples Director of Public Works, is here to present.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, Council, Commissioners. My name is Bob Middleton. I am the Public Works Director for the City of Naples. This morning I'll present the Naples Beach Outfall Pipe Removal and Water Quality Stormwater Project to be considered for TDC funding in the amount of $10 million to offset our construction costs within the city. Recommendation to approve and authorize the chair to execute Category A grant agreement.
That's not it.
Yeah, I don't see it in there.
Just tell us about it, Mr.
Sure, I could do
Middleton.
that. I could do that. I think you're familiar with the project area. The project area and the demand and mandate by DEP several years ago was to remove 8 outfall projects along the city beach along Gulf Shore Boulevard. Our construction project is taking place on Gulf Shore Boulevard between 8th Avenue North and 2nd Avenue South, and along 3rd Street North with the same north and south boundaries. There are black lines on the drawing if you've got that presentation that show the location of those 8 outfall lines. The current gravity system will be replaced by a 2 pump station system, one at 8th Avenue North and one at 2nd Avenue South. Each pump station will discharge treated stormwater 1,500 feet offshore, compared to the current gravity system that discharges stormwater right at the water's edge. This stormwater pump station eliminates the effects that tide has on the current gravity system, so that pump station doesn't care at what tide level it is. It will pump the water out to maintain the efficiency of the stormwater system to prevent flooding. The city's completed a stormwater impact study earlier at the end of last year and indicated that positive economic growth and stability would be provided by removing the unsightly outfall stormwater pipes. It improves water quality and exceeds the state minimum standards for stormwater. It provides flood protection by increasing the stormwater event level of service from a 5-year storm event to a 25-year storm event. In the presentation, there were a few positive impacts that were described on tourism. Basically, it attracts foot traffic along the beach, boosts the local Naples economy, increases the aesthetics, provides improved water quality and flood protection. And I believe one of the commissioners mentioned that eliminates an obstacle along the beach for beach renourishment and beach maintenance to have equipment out on the beach for those activities. In closing, the City of Naples respectfully request the Board of County Commissioners to approve the TDC funding budgeted in the amount of $10 million for the Naples Beach Outfall Removal and Water Quality Project. With that, I will take any questions. And sorry about not having the presentation.
Before we get to Commissioner Colwell, any registered speakers? Okay, good. Commissioner Colwell.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I spent a lot of time looking into this project, and I think I was the one that mentioned about, you could see that picture on there. There's 8 of these that are exposed along the beach for these the older outfall systems that were in there. And Mr. Middleton talked a lot more about the technical things, what it's going to do and how it's going to improve things. But just the fact that, we're always the ones on the dole to re-nourish these beaches, bringing equipment in. And every time we have to go across one of these obstacles, we have to bridge it. So it's extra equipment, extra material being moved around just to get across to the other side. Then we have to break it back down. And just over time, I think it's going to save us money, operational cost-wise, from all these beach projects that us as the county are responsible for, in using our tourism tax dollars to put the new sand on the beaches from time to time. So, yeah, I support this project 100%.
Mr. Colwell, you want to go ahead and make a motion?
I would like to make a motion that we go ahead and You grant the $10 million authorized from the tourism tax.
Commissioner McDaniel.
You already second. I was going to second it for the comment. And the question I understand there's an extension of the stormwater outfall out into the Gulf of Mexico.
Yes.
How much of the 10 million is being spent on attenuation and water quality on the inland side?
The only part of the inland side that we've requested funding for is the part that makes it a gravity system. If we were going back with a gravity system, we would not eliminate the outfall pipes. So the only thing we're requesting funding on is the $35 million part of the project that includes 2 pump stations, the automatic generators, and the cost of the directional drilled outfall pipes from the pump stations into the Gulf. The remaining collection system is not part of this request.
All right, I'll second that motion if it has not already been seconded. Commissioner Hall, you seconded it? Okay. Just for the record, clarification for the record, I believe Commissioner McDaniel was referring to the Gulf of America.
That is
For the
correct.
record.
Forgive me.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed. That passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Patterson, we do have one land use item, 9A and 9B. I don't think those are going to take a lot of time. Is our court reporter okay to go through that? Why don't we do that? Because I know we have some public speakers on that as well.
Yes, sir. I will start here. These items were continued from the September 9th, 2025 Board of County Commissioners meeting. Item 9A is a recommendation to approve an ordinance amending ordinance number 89-05 as amended, the Collier County Growth Management Plan, specifically amending the future land use element and map series by changing the land use designation of property from urban mixed use district, and urban residential subdistrict to urban commercial district, premier vehicle storage commercial subdistrict to allow 60,000 square feet of gross floor area of indoor air-conditioned warehousing and self-storage for vehicles, including automobiles, recreational vehicles, boats, and other vehicles. Furthermore, directing transmittal of the adopted amendment to the Florida Department of Commerce. The subject property is situated on the southeast corner of the intersection of Santa Barbara Boulevard and Poly Avenue in Section 16, Township 50 South, Range 26 East, Collier County, Florida, and comprises 3.7 plus minus acres. This companion item is item 9B. This is a recommendation to approve an ordinance rezoning property from the rural agricultural zoning district to the commercial planned unit zoning district for a project to be known as Premier Vehicle Storage CPUD to allow development of 60,000 square feet of gross floor area of indoor air-conditioned warehousing and self-storage for vehicles, including automobiles, recreational vehicles, and boats and other vehicles. With that, we first need the board for your ex parte disclosures, and then we will swear everybody in.
Commissioner Caldwell.
Yes, I do have ex parte on both items, meetings.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes, both items, phone calls.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Both items, a meeting. Not
Commissioner
meetings.
Commissioner LaCastro.
Both items, meetings.
Same here. I've had ex parte on both of those items, meetings and emails.
Mr. Chair, just FYI, I did have one speaker signed up, but he has left. So we have no speakers on this at this point.
Very good with that. Everybody that intends to participate, please stand and be sworn in by the court reporter. With that, Mr. Ivanovich.
Good morning. For the record, Rich Ivanovich on behalf of the applicant and team. This item normally would have qualified for your summary agenda, but there was one speaker at the Planning Commission that spoke. Obviously, she's not here, so hopefully we satisfied her concerns. I can do a quick presentation on this item if the board wants, or we can do the rather lengthy, but the request is, as Ms. Patterson read into the record, a small-scale comp plan amendment for a car storage facility on Santa Barbara Boulevard in Poly, together with a PUD for the same use. Those are the only uses allowed on the property pursuant to both the Growth Management Plan Amendment and the PUD. To low traffic generator. Obviously, I think at this point the community is satisfied with what we're proposing. It has enhanced buffers. The architecture looks like their homes. And with that, that's the brief presentation. I know you've all read the materials, and I've spoken to all
Let's
of
see if
you.
there are any questions, comments from the commission. Commissioner McDaniel.
And just one quick question. If I recall, there was and I don't know if we spoke about this yesterday or not, so forgive me. There was a 90-day lag from the theoretical approval today until the actual implementation.
Yeah, there's to make sure this could never be used as a springboard to live local. There will be a deed restriction on the property prohibiting residential development on the property. There was a concern that we would somehow trick you into listening to us and then somehow use it as a live local springboard, but the deed restriction has to be recorded within 90 days.
And so my question is, why the 90 days? Why not with
Well,
this approval?
We could do it within 30, I just got to write it up, make sure the county attorney's comfortable with the deed restriction. So it's really something that we have to, the county attorney's office needs to work with me on drafting. And we could do it quicker. It could be 30 days. We just wanted time to go back and forth and draft the deed restriction.
Okay. Is there an appeal period if somebody?
There's a standard 30-day appeal period anyway.
You want to do the deed restriction after the appeal period?
Correct.
Okay. We have no registered speakers at this point. We'll close the public hearing. Mr. Bosey, did we get a letter or anything from the person that was going to speak? Any letters of objection?
Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director. No, we haven't received any letters of objection. And if I recall, the lady, she didn't support the project, but she wasn't opposing the project. She wasn't in terms of animate about it. She just had several concerns, but I think they may have been addressed as part of the presentations.
All right. We are looking for a motion. Commissioner Castro.
I was just going to make a statement. I didn't get any emails of objection or anything. This is right on the fringes of my district. But for people that maybe afterwards, if we do pass and approve this, maybe I don't love seeing storage units popping up all over the place. But this is one piece of property where a whole lot worse things could go there when it comes to traffic and things like that. And that is a very, very busy area. So knowing that a big chunk of land is going to have something on it that stays pretty quiet, I think is like I always say, I hate it less. But I didn't get any pushback from anyone. All the meetings I had were with staff and with others. And so I just wanted to make that statement and say I don't think anybody up here is going, yay, another car storage unit. But there are strategic areas of the community that when somebody steps forward and wants to buy the land and build something like this, there are some areas where it's less bad putting something like this than what else could easily go there and could create a massive negative situation. But I don't have any other questions.
All right, so we're looking for a motion on both items.
I'll make a motion to approve. Do you want to take them one at a time, or?
No, let's just do both.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve both.
Second? Second. And I assume that's okay with you to have both items at the same time?
Absolutely.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Seeing no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, that passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Ms. Patterson, we're close to the lunchtime. Anything else that you need to do before we break for lunch?
No, sir.
All right, why don't we break for lunch? We'll come back at 1 o'clock.
It's an extra minute.
Moved from the summary agenda to the regular agenda. These are our domestic animal services items. At your pleasure, if you'd like me to read them all into the record now, I'm not sure where our discussion's going to go. Or you want to take them one by one?
No, you don't. You've already read them into the record.
I have to read them again because that's where we're starting.
All right, let's just go ahead and read them all into the record.
All right.
While we're still waiting for one more commissioner.
Yes,
We'll
sir.
take some more time.
So this will be items 17H, which is now 9C, 17I, which is now 9D, and 17K, which is now 9E. 9C is a recommendation to adopt an ordinance repealing and replacing ordinance number 2004-06 to restructure the Domestic Animal Services Advisory Committee, provide for the creation, purpose, powers, and duties, provide for appointment and composition, terms of office, attendance, and removal from office, provide for officers, quorum, and rules of procedure. Again, this item was moved to the regular agenda at Commissioner Saunders and Commissioner McDaniel's separate requests. Item 17I, now 9D, is a recommendation to adopt an ordinance amending ordinance number 2013-33 as amended, which established the animal control ordinance. Again, moved at Commissioner Saunders and Commissioner McDaniel's separate requests. And finally, 9E, a recommendation to adopt an ordinance amending 2013-55, which established the standards of care for animal-related businesses and organizations, breeders, and rodeos ordinance. Again, moved at Commissioner Saunders and Commissioner McDaniel's separate requests. So, Mr. French, your department head for Community Development Growth Management, is here to, I think I said that backwards, Growth Management, Community Development. Anyway, he is here to start. We'll start with 9C.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Again, for the record, my name is Jamie French. I'm your department head for Growth Management, Community Development. I'm joined today by Ms. Meredith McLean, your Domestic Animal Services Director, and Mr. Tom E&D Marino, your Code Enforcement Director, and we're here to answer any questions that you might have. Specifically, I think what this is on the permission to advertise for the DAS Advisory Board.
Adoption.
These are the adoption. My apologies. The adoption for the two ordinances that you've heard prior.
As well as the advisory board. So our first item up is going to be the advisory board. If we want to start with any questions on that change at the board's direction, we brought this forward with the other two animal control and DAS ordinances to clarify the goals and intent of the DAS advisory board.
All right, Commissioner McDaniel, then I'll go after you, Commissioner.
Okay, Mr. Chair. I really, I read through the ordinance, and I would like to make a suggestion that, and I'm okay with the change in membership from 7 to 5. But one of the suggestions that I had was eliminating the individual titles of each one of the members and allowing for a commission district to be an appointee. And then Humane Society could be, as is in several of our other boards, a non-voting participant. And then, of course, we can have alternates and such as whatever is necessarily called for. But I think that by eliminating the names, it opens up, or naming of the seats, it opens up the opportunity for a wider participation throughout our community with regard to the operations at DAS.
I had the same recommendation. Don't have any problem with the 5, like you said. I thought that it would be good to have, like, number 1 on the list is someone that has finance, accounting, or some business or professional, business professional type of experience. I thought that would probably be a good category, and then 1 with animal welfare or rescue organizations, and then the rest of them appointed without any particular background information. Does that sound like something you would support, or because that would give us the opportunity to appoint somebody from the Humane Society or whatever organization we wanted to, as well as someone with some business experience.
I think my suggestion was more generic, it was an appointee from each one of the commission districts, and then the sixth non-voting member, but yet participant, would be Humane Society. I don't disagree that having someone with some financial background and knowledge and animal care is an important thing. I was looking to, I mean, we can establish maybe those criterion that are in the named seats from the because we're going to get a lot of applicants, I would assume. And we can pick our appointees based upon their qualifications, and then because I think ultimately if we do it this way, the appointees are going to have to come back to this board anyway, and we can have a look at those criterion, the criterion that you're suggesting, Commissioner Saunders, as a requisite of the appointment.
We have 4 members on the board right now. Is that correct? I know it's a 7-member board, but we have 4 that are
Active members, that's right. Currently, you have a few vacancies on it, and it has created some issue or concern for staff to hold regular meetings, predominantly because it's hard to form a quorum by having a 4-member minimum of the 7 that hold those seats on the board or on the advisory committee.
And I don't mean to interrupt and interject here, but that's something that we ultimately need to look at, and that's it needs to be discussed that these are advisory boards to the Board of County Commissioners, and whether you think governance under the Sunshine Law, I mean, it may have to be statutorily, but we ran into similar circumstances with the CRA and MSTU over in Immokalee, and it's one of the reasons why we consolidated those 2 organizations and brought it down from 12 to 9, and then your quorum is attained by the membership present and not necessarily a name number.
Well, actually, let me interrupt because I think this is a very important point. We do have one advisory board that I believe has 7 members, or it may even have more, but we defined a quorum as less than the full number of a majority. The Productivity Committee, is that correct, Mr. Klatsko? I know that they...
I couldn't tell you the commission, but we have done that in the past.
So why don't we do this? Why don't we create a 7-member committee so that we each appoint 1.
2 at large.
And we have 2 at large.
Humane Society being one of those 2?
Yeah. And we define a quorum as 3 members present. That way, I would anticipate that they would always have 4 or more there.
Yeah. A story was shared with me at one of the recent hearings where 3 of the 4 showed up. 3 of the 4 active members showed up, and the 4th one was on the way but had a flat tire or something, and they didn't have the entire meeting because our ordinance specified an actual number. So if we name a specific number, that makes it, if 3 show up, 2 could necessarily serve as the quorum. So
I'm suggesting that we have a 7-member board. 3 would be a quorum. So there's not going to be a meeting without the 3.
About 3, okay.
But you have 7 potentials.
I'm okay with that.
All right. And then in terms of the membership, no particular listing of any background information. We'll just
I think what I would suggest is when we advertise for the applications, that we put the criterion that are in the current ordinance as listed as named seats. We use those as criterion for the applicants for us to review as we're going through the appointments. And that way there we hopefully will end up with a good cross-section.
All right. I'm not sure if staff has that information clearly. Commissioner Castro, you're lit up.
I've got a couple comments. First of all, with animal welfare being such a hot topic in Collier County, what an embarrassment that we have 7 members on the board, and we're going to say that if 3 show up, it's a quorum. I would hope we're taking attendance very strongly, and if we continue to get the same 3, then the other 4 need to be replaced. I remember when I took over the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, we had all these people who had that committee on their resume and on their LinkedIn pages, yet when we called the meeting, the same small group would show up, and what was told to me was, oh, these are the same people we always get. I'd rather have a seat empty than have it empty with a name on it and they never show up. So for the sake of doing business, maybe 3 showing up, could be a quorum so that the 3 who show up, their time isn't wasted. But I think this board needs to know if these meetings commonly only have the same 3. And so I know I don't know if it's you, Mr. French, or somebody that takes attendance, but for the sake of argument, 3 might be fine. But I sure hope that we get a bigger number of that. And I would like to know that, because some of the feedback we've gotten from some of the board members that do take the time to show up and contribute say that those meetings in the past have been poorly attended. And then the second thing I would say is we all got an email from Kelly Highland, who sits on the board. She's always very vocal and gives, her opinion. And I'm not saying that in a negative way. I appreciate getting something from somebody who isn't one of the empty seats. I don't know if you saw that email, but one of the things in it, there was a lot of suggestions in there about what we're about to vote on right now. But the biggest thing that caught my attention is she personally didn't feel that the board discussed what we're about to vote on enough, because she felt it was important that they do a deep dive and then give us their feedback, so we're voting on something that's been strongly vetted by the board. And in her email, she said, we all just got a copy of it at the beginning of the meeting. We had sort of a short to medium meeting, and then it was all over. So I'm just saying, are we getting the benefit of the board's feedback on what we're about to vote on? We might have a false sense here that, hey, everybody thinks this is a great idea, but she's only one person, but we all know her, and she's been very active when it comes to animal welfare. What are your thoughts on that? And obviously we can always amend and add and improve what we're going to vote on, but what are your thoughts on that?
Well, part of this is that the board directed us to bring this back at the same time. And we've spent a year sort of
I know.
wandering around on this, including looking for recommendations from that advisory board. So I think the time has passed for that. And honestly, if we make these adjustments today and pass this ordinance, it doesn't preclude future changes.
Absolutely.
If there's some improvements that could be made. But I think at this point, we need to call the ball on this one.
I agree.
And move along.
I just wanted to get on the record so that if there's board members watching this, so if you feel this is sort of force-fed on you, that's not true. When you meet, and hopefully you have 7 people in the seats, take a look at what we're possibly going to pass today, or I assume we're going to pass today, and give us your feedback. We've been saying that for years, that we want to hear from the board. So we're not handing you something and saying this is chipped in granite. Let us know what that feedback is. So I agree with everything you say. I wanted to just sort of add to the conversation that, Ms. Highland and anybody else that sent us a note is heard, but realistically, you need to be heard at the board meeting, and then, give us feedback. And I'm sure Meredith, who runs DAS, is obviously, oh, she's right there. She's hearing this as well. So I just wanted to get all that on the record so that these folks know that they're heard, but we're trying to move forward, and I know we can always amend anything that we pass today if there's some good suggestions. And Meredith, also let us, if you see some people that are, frequent flyers as far as missing the board, there's a lot of people out there that care about animal welfare, and I'm sure would fill the seat with a pretty good attendance rate. Thank you.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, and on that note, the scope of the scope of the advisory board's duties have been more what's the proper word, constricted, brought into more specific alignment with the ins and outs, day in, day out operation of DAS itself, and not necessarily code and or virtually anything else that's going on with animal welfare in the community. So I think at some stage we probably need to have a visit over into code with regard to the enforcement aspect of what's in fact transpiring with regard to the DAS officers.
So the DAS officers, there is no such thing as a DAS officer. The animal control has been brought into code enforcement. And so we practice under Florida law for crimes against animals, as well as Chapter 162. I've recently had a discussion with the University of Florida, as well as with the Humane Society of Jacksonville, with regards to really the approaches Collier has taken, and really they've really applauded your effort, and clearly it's that migration of getting more into the code enforcement and animal crimes aspect, working with the sheriff's office. As your special magistrate came and made testimony to you, you have made some very effective moves.
Commissioner Colwell.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, and on those lines, just kind of following what Mr. French saying, this advisory committee is, we all have lanes. In this advisory committee, we create what the responsibilities or what avenues they look at. And since we did move BAS, the enforcement portion of it under code, from what I understand, has its own board.
So code uses your office of special magistrate. They are quasi-judicial. Your DAS advisory board, even in your old ordinance, they did not have an enforcement place. I know that Ms. Highland has made it very clear she wants to be involved with enforcement, and you do have a code enforcement board which she could apply to, but the DAS advisory board has not participated in the code enforcement aspect of your domestic animal services operations.
Yeah, and what I'm trying to say is this advisory board probably has enough on their plate, making sure our volunteers are taken care of, the situations they're in every day to day, and the time they give us, our facility, how our facility is upkept and things like that, this is what they should be advising us on. The other aspect of this, they're not an authority, they're an advisory committee. And when they become an authority, then they take on much more responsibilities, and then that's what it seems like they want to be part of. And that's not really their wheelhouse, just by definition. Because if they're going to be an authority, then we have to do a lot more than just an advisory committee. So I just think the rubber's finally met the road after a year or so of us visiting this. I'm ready to move forward.
The list of functions, powers, and duties is pretty substantial, so they'll have plenty on their plate. We do have registered speakers.
Yes, sir. We have two registered speakers. Your first speaker is Al Shanson. He'll be followed by Jim Rich.
Al, welcome back.
Good afternoon. Al Shanson, interim chair. The reason why we have such low attendance is because everybody else left. It's not so much that they're not in attendance. When they are there. What you call this ordinance, whether it's the original ordinance or you go to this new ordinance, the fit, form, and function, we just amplified it in a new ordinance. It basically was already in the old ordinance, if you read it correctly. I've been there for less than a year on the board, and I got to intern because everybody else left. I was the military, I was the one standing in front. I'd like to address how this works, either on the old option, if I may watch my time, to the new option. If you have a dysfunctional agenda that comes at you, you're going to get a dysfunctional product, whether you're working with the old ordinance or the new ordinance. If you have staff such as that puts together your agenda that you can work on and you have input on, you can have a functional agenda. You can take action items. You can, when they bring things to you to deliberate and advise on, such as the fee structure that you're voting on sometime today too. Those are actionable items that an advisory board can take on. We don't get them. It don't come at us. We don't get to address any of those issues. We don't get to address the budgets. We don't get to address the facility. We don't get to address... If it happenstance hits the agenda, we get to discuss it. But it's not a controlled request for advice. I understand that we're not authorities. We're just through our different life skills advising on these actions, whether we report directly to the Board of County Commissioners or to the county manager. To me, that's irrelevant. as long as we're able to give input on items such as which has been amplified on the new ordinance, go for it. But garbage in, garbage out. And that's what's been happening, and that's the reason why you got a dysfunctional board. That's the reason why you have so many vacancies, is because we don't have staff. For instance, to put somebody on the code enforcement board, when it all moved over there, the board passed by full resolution to executive summary to you guys to put an animal person on that board. Took 3 months before that executive summary. I was told we're not doing it because Florida statutes won't let us put anybody on that board. So we try, we pass, we don't get no feedback, we get no communication, we don't get asked what we're supposed to be deliberating on. And simply, that's frustrating. Appreciate it. Thank you. And either ordinance is fine with me, just as long as we have staff supporting it.
Wait, sir, I had a question for you, but I don't know if I'm next.
Yeah, Commissioner LaCastro, you're next.
Just a quick question. Should your board members then be full-time residents and not seasonal? Like, when I nominate people to the planning commission, I'd never nominate a seasonal person who's going to be gone 6 months out of the year. So if you're telling me 4 of your 7 people are gone 6 months out of the year, animal welfare is 12 months out of the year, we're putting a lot of pressure on the 3 people who live here all year round.
Forgive me, Mr. Chair, let me address him directly.
Yeah.
These are all, on the application, it asks whether you're seasonal or not. So everybody that we've have been full-time.
No, but then maybe I misunderstood you when you said, they're all gone. Where'd they go?
They left frustration.
Oh, okay, so they're empty seats, not seats where they're not attending.
Frustration.
Okay, I got you.
Commissioner McDaniel?
And it really doesn't require, maybe it requires a response now, but would it help, and I didn't read anything in here with regard to timeliness for your agendas and the backup data and everything.
Thank you.
So would it help if we put some parameters in place so that staff had some direction with regard to the establishment of the agenda and the backup data for it? If we put that in, similar to our board meetings, we have an agenda that goes hard and published on Wednesday before our Tuesday meeting. So would that assist with the garbage in, garbage out theory?
Absolutely, and in fact, monthly, I've asked that to get it before that.
We'll make that part of the. I would
along with the backup data, sir,
yes,
and
sir.
any supporting data, just not the blank agenda. Anything that goes with it, all we get is that one piece agenda, and that's it.
They're getting the message, but we'll make sure we have it as part of this.
Thank you.
Your next and final speaker for this item is Jim Rich.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I had to change my rhetoric here because I had good morning, Commissioners. So you've actually answered some of the questions in your discussion before we came up here, but I will go over this anyway in case it's any influence on what your decisions are. It was yesterday that it was brought to my attention that you were considering an ordinance change today regarding the Collier County Animal Services Advisory Board. Due to my limited time, I'll restrict my comments to Section 3 of this item, which is appointment and composition. In this section, a proposal is made to change the makeup of the board, including the exemption of every county rescue organization other than the Patty Baker Humane Society. While I personally have no issue with the Humane Society, this proposal would tend to discredit all the time and work that past advisory board animal rescue organizations and individuals have contributed to this county. The mission of the DAS board has been to address and work towards ending pet overpopulation in our county. There are no better contributors to this end than the rescue groups such as SNP Collier, For the Love of Cats, Volunteer Services for Animals, Animal Compassion Project, and the like. These are the organizations that are in the trenches, trapping, rescuing, educating the public, and usually being on call 24/7. Yet, by denying them the opportunity to serve on the board, you are telling them their years of experience, input, and past contributions have no value. On the other hand, the Humane Society has been paid as an independent contractor for services such as training and vet care. Their mission is not focused as a rescue organization working towards ending pet overpopulation in our county as the other organizations I previously mentioned. Finally, I know I speak for all the other animal organizations in questioning whether a contracted for services organization, such as the Humane Society, is not a conflict of interest serving on a board that makes recommendations to the county. In my opinion, any advisory board changes such as this should also exclude the Humane Society as well. I encourage all of you to reconsider the recommendations in this ordinance section and at least limit the DAS board to any qualified individual or organization who is not contractually paid or appears to have vested interest in being a member. To do otherwise would be a disservice to other rescue groups, the public, and the animal welfare interest of our county. You've already addressed that, Commissioner Saunders, with options, but I had a call from some other rescue groups and asked if I would speak for them, so that's what this was about.
Thank you. Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, and Rich brought up the point which led me to the original prospect of 5 members with Humane Society being a party too, but not a voting member. And I certainly understand the rationale, because the part of the direction that we're pointing for this advisory committee is to review the budget of DAS and operations, so on and so forth, and then ultimately be making recommendations for the expenditures of DAS as well. So I can understand the theoretical conflict of interest, and by maybe having Humane Society, who is a contract vendor, I don't know by definition if they are or they're not, that having them as the one of the 2 alternates could pose a potential conflict.
I'm going to go ahead and make a motion if that's, because I think we're at, just on this one ordinance. We've got a couple other ordinances, but on this one ordinance, I'm going to make a motion to approve the ordinance with the following changes. That it's a 7-member board, that initially 3 members voting, 3 members present constitutes a quorum. The reason for that is recognizing there are only 4 members right now, and I want this board to be able to start acting tomorrow. That each commissioner will appoint 1 from their district, and then we'll have 2 at large. What I would suggest is in 6 or 8 months after we make the appointments, we can reevaluate the quorum thing, but initially there'll be a quorum of just 3. Yes, sir. Commissioner Colwell.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to pull attention to the 4 members that have been active and stuff like that. Are any of those 4 associated with any of these groups that he's talking about that we're prohibiting from?
Well, we wouldn't be prohibiting any groups.
If I may say,
that's eliminated.
I didn't hear that in your motion.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Well, the motion deals with the appointment, so it eliminates all of these. That whole section is changed, so that if someone is working with a welfare organization that benefits in some way from the county's budgeting, so what? They can still be on this board if we appoint them.
Commissioners, this is a point of clarification. We have 4 sitting members, so we just need to address if you're going to keep the 4 we have, or if you want to receive.
That's what I had intended.
Okay, so you won't each be appointing a member then at this point, because there'll be 4. You'll have 3 open seats.
I'll leave it to you guys to figure out how to word this, but that's the intent, is to keep the 4
Is to keep the 4 that are there. Understood.
Then will you tell us then the 4 that are there, what districts they're from, and then maybe we covered that way,
Yep.
and then whoever's not represented
Yes, sir.
will appoint.
And then on a rotation, then you would be able to.
Right.
I just want the board to be able to have a meeting in October with their 4 members, because it's going to take us a while to appoint the other 3, and have those 4 stay on that board. Because
may I make one mention? I've been involved in the board for many, many years. I found that the biggest problem we've had is not necessarily having qualified people on the board. We didn't get enough people applying to begin with, and then it looks like we became desperate, so whoever happened to apply just to fill in those slots, we were doing that. And then we wound up with a board that wasn't that functional. So I think it's really important. We used to be required to have a veterinarian, someone who had some business background. We had specific things that we were really looking for. And the last couple of years, that's not the case. We have a vacancy and this person wants to apply, so sure, come on in. So I think we have to be very careful on who we're bringing in if we want it to be successful.
We're going to be careful in making the appointments. We're going to make sure that they're qualified.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your time, everyone. I appreciate it.
Commissioner McDaniel?
Yes, I want to go back to your original proposition. I'm okay with going to 7, but I'm not okay with, if they're a recipient of taxpayer dollars, being an advisor to the expenditures of our budget. And my suggestion is that we hold to the non-participatory from a financial standpoint for the original 5, and the 2 at large be non-voting members, one of which can be Humane Society, and then the other in some form of an advisory capacity. I see the theory of self-serving interest coming at us without a lot of, if you have a willful person on the board who's wanting to receive government funding to support their animal welfare not-for-profit, it could have an influence on their advice to this board.
Well, okay, first of all, they're only an advisory board, so they're going to come to us with whatever recommendation. But just as an example, we're going to enter into some agreements with the Love of Cats and with Tom Kep's group. And so by saying that if you have any benefit from the county in terms of tax dollars for the programs, that eliminates a lot of the very active people that are involved. And so I think we're smart enough to make sure that we're not going to be voting on a budget item because some member of a advisory board, is going to make a bunch of money. We're just not. I have more confidence in the board, the commission, than that we would let that happen. But my goal is to get this board moving and effective. And if we cut out too many people, we're cutting out the people that know the business. That's my only thought.
Yeah, and it is, those are warranted thoughts. I just see the potential of a conflict if someone on the committee is not strong enough to stand up and say no, you're not there. You have something to say?
Yes, sir. So just the thought process behind that is that we do have some rescue organizations that receive no county benefit. I know that you had mentioned that some have land leases with you, where there is a county benefit in exchange for land and low rent. And then there's,
I think.
Well, again, sir, the board does have contracts, and there are organizations where we have done the vet work of better than 90%. Within your general fund budget. And so the idea was on the conflict and servability and working with the county attorney's office is that we did eliminate them from participating on any budget type of recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners, which may seem that their organization may or may not benefit as a result of that. And I certainly understand that the scope in the field may be limited, but that was the rationale behind our approach.
Commissioner McDaniel, does that satisfy your concern?
Relatively speaking, I still have the, I can understand your perception or your concept that there's, theoretically less people that would be wanting to be involved, but on the same token, it's going to require more oversight from our staff and from us with regard to the recommendations coming for the budgets of DAS.
And if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Chair, the only reason why in our talks, Commissioner McDaniel with Humane Society, is that they don't receive benefit from us. We do pay them for certain specialty surgeries. There are times like when we have got criminal cases where we have to be able to transport animals that may be involved in those criminal cases out of county for both protection and their criminal case. We do use Humane Society both throughout the state of Florida as well as through your local Humane Society, but any of the services that we receive from them, we typically pay for those, and they receive no services from the county.
But they are receiving county tax dollars.
Correct.
So they would not be eligible under the scenario that you're suggesting.
Well, to be a voting member, they could be a member, but not. I was suggesting that, again, I've already said what I said.
Okay. All right. I think I have a motion. I may need to restate it. I'm not sure if I can, but I'm going to give it a try, see where it goes. that we have a 7-member board, that initially 3 members constitute a quorum. We will revisit that quorum issue in 6 months after we constitute a full board. We'll have county commissioners each appointing a member, and we'll have 2 at large. But the first 4 members of the board will be the existing members, and their terms will continue as advertised. So we may not have 5 positions for each commissioner to appoint initially, but eventually we will. So that's my motion.
And we're waiving the participation from the county tax dollars?
Yes, that's, if Jim Rich wants to go back on the board and we decide that he would be a good person to have on the board, and Love of Cats is getting some benefit through a contract with the county, when an issue like that comes up before the Animal DAS Advisory Board, as Mr. French has indicated, he would be excluded from participating in that issue. That issue would come to us anyway for final decision making.
Okay.
So that's the motion on that ordinance.
Just one thing, Commissioner, because there's been conversation, and it's not part of the motion. The conversation was that you have different levels of experience that you've been looking for, but that would be part of the, that'd just be part of the process.
Right, there's no requirement in this.
There's no requirement, but that would be part of the considerations.
Absolutely. Yeah, we want qualified people, but we'll determine who those are.
Okay with that.
All right.
I'll second that.
All right, I have a motion second on the ordinance dealing with the DAS Advisory Board. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That passes unanimously.
Would the board like me to send a copy of the revised ordinance by email separately, so to ensure that everybody's on board with it?
Sure. I mean, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well,
we
made substantial changes to the proposed ordinance, which are fine and productive.
We changed the sections on membership. I think. Do we need? Are you suggesting sending it to us?
I'll just send it to you with the proposed new ordinance.
Sure. Just to make sure that we got the language right.
And Mr. Chair, and the board members of the DAS Advisory Committee, they should get a copy of the new one, so that everybody's working off the same sheet of music.
All right, we have 2 other ordinances.
Yes, sir.
That we've been dealing with for quite some time. I remember the hobby breeders I brought to the board back in October of
last year.
2024. Yeah.
Yep. So that does move us on to item 9D, which is recommendation to adopt an ordinance amending ordinance number 2013-33 as amended, which established the animal control ordinance. Again, Mr. French is here to begin the discussion. We've spent a lot of time on this one.
Thank you, Commissioners. Again, Jamie French. As discussed with even your Office of Special Magistrate, we did have further follow-up. Mr. Neal did tell me that he sent his legislative suggestions to Mr. Mullins, and he made one final change just to be more consistent with Florida statute. Other than that, he said that this ordinance was clean, and it's going to help him in his job in both making determinations and imposing fines and giving orders and being able to add owners that well deserve to be on the animal cruelty list. He'll have the ability to do that. But he had no further changes.
I'll move for approval.
I'll second it.
We have a motion second. Any registered speakers on that item? Any discussion from the board? Call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Passes unanimously.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 9E. This is a recommendation to adopt an ordinance amending ordinance number 2013-55, which established the standards of care for animal-related businesses and organizations, breeders, and rodeos. Again, Mr. French.
Again, happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right. No one's lit up, so we're ready for a motion.
I move to approve.
Second.
A motion second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That passes unanimously. Well done.
Took a little bit of time. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate it, you all.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 10A. Item 10A is a recommendation to, 1, approve and authorize the chair to execute the memorandum of agreement with the Florida Department of Veterans Affairs for Collier County to transfer $10 million into a state of Florida escrow account for outpatient services to be provided at the State Veterans Nursing Home. 2, approve a second amendment to the MOA for State Veterans Nursing Home to update the legal description and boundary survey for the project. And 3, authorize the chair to execute all required documentation necessary to transfer ownership in fee simple absolute of approximately 23.59 acres of county-owned property to the Board of Trustees of the Internal Improvement Trust Fund of the State of Florida for the Veterans Nursing Home and Outpatient Services once the documents are received from the Board of Trustees and approved by the County Attorney's Office. This item is brought to the agenda by Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson. Mr. Mullins, if you're nearby, kind of help us walk through these. This is another good news item, and I see the clerk is not here, so we should approve these pretty quickly. Or that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, John Mullinger, Director of Communications, Government, and Public Affairs. And Troy will put up on the screens here some upcoming milestones, several of which are today. And in my estimation, this is probably the last big lift of the board in moving this project forward to construction. And as was read into the record by the county manager, today you'll be updating the legal description and property sketch of the existing MOA for the $30 million that was for the skilled nursing facility portion of the project. You'll be creating and signing a new MOA transferring $10 million of surplus surtax funds for the ADHC, the Adult Day Health Care, and outpatient services portion of the project. And you'll be granting the chair the authority to execute the property transfer once the state gives the green light for that to occur, which could occur anytime between now and December.
Okay, there's one other, just one little wrinkle here. It's not anything of any significance, but just one I need to kind of clarify the record on. There is a limited use agreement with the Gate Golf developers to use the portion of the Veterans Nursing Home site for staging. It's a limited staging, but this agreement goes until July of 2026. There's a provision in the agreement that it can be terminated with, I believe, 60 days notice. Or it may even be less than that, but there's a termination provision in there. The counties will, without any cause, and the same thing for the other party, can terminate without cause. What I'd like to do is make sure that, first of all, I know the Department of Veterans Affairs is aware of this limited use agreement. I want to make sure that we're working with the Florida Department of Veterans Affairs so we can continue that use agreement in place. Once the property is transferred, perhaps have the Department of Veterans Affairs continue to permit that use on that property. And so Mr. Mullins and I would work with the Florida Department of Veterans Affairs just to make sure that we're all good on this limited use agreement. Want to make sure that there is no delay in the development of veterans nursing homes. So if it gets to a point where the groundbreaking is going to be sooner than July of next year, then we will have to have a conversation with the Gate folks about their agreement. But just want to say something for the record that we're going to try to keep that agreement in place. Commissioner McDaniel.
And just as an aside, maybe give consideration to, we just offered, if I'm not mistaken, we've already voted for the extension on the second phase of the housing affordability development. And there's a tract of land in behind that that's being constructed right now that maybe that could be used as a staging facility and free up the veterans site in its entirety. So maybe you could look into that and move quicker on this so we don't have the VA chirping.
And just so you know, when the contractor for the Gate reached out to facilities looking to use the property, a portion of the property as the staging area, that was kind of ran through the grapevine up to the Department of Management Services at the state to make sure they were okay with it, since eventually this was going to be their property. And of course, being good neighbors, they signed off on that and agreed to allow it to occur through July. So nobody up in Tallahassee is going to be surprised by this, and I think everybody will still continue to work hand in hand, making sure that everything leads to a groundbreaking no later than July.
Right, and Ms. Kinzel, I was just kidding about rushing this through while you weren't here. I see you're here. Do you have anything you want to add?
I
Okay.
wasn't kidding. I thought it was a good idea.
Well, it was a good idea until she showed up. All right, so we have a couple of different agreements to approve. We can do it all in one motion.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Mr. Mullins, do you need any clarification on the motion?
No, as long as it's covering the updating of the existing MOA, the creation of the new MOA for the 10 million ADHC, and granting the chair the authority to execute the property transfer once the state agrees to the property transfer.
That's exactly what I wanted you to
That's
say.
what I said.
That's the motion and the second. Any further discussion? Any registered speakers? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That passed unanimously. I want to thank our staff. They've really worked hard on getting all this together. I see Colleen Green is here from the county attorney's office. She's worked really diligently to get these agreements. We have folks from real property that are here. Ms. Belpedio worked on this, and John, of course. So thank you for getting all
And
these
there are
things together.
several others as well, not to leave out facilities management, Brian Deloney, development review, Jamie Cook and her team. As a matter of fact, when we had the last big powwow with the state, I think we outnumbered them 2-1. So it was a big team of county employees making sure that this project moves forward.
Now, I don't want to overstate this, and I know this entire board has been 100% behind this project. This is ultimately going to be about a $120 million plus project. They're going to employ a couple hundred people there full-time, most of which will be professionals, nurses, and people in the medical arena. And it's going to be a great asset for the county, but really want to thank our staff for moving this thing along and getting us to where we are. There are no impediments at this point that we can see. Money's there and everything is ready to go. All of the design work will be finished by November 7th. And so things are moving. Commissioner Castro.
I was just going to add, I think it goes without saying, and maybe, John, you're the person that carries this water, but the Florida Department of Veterans Affairs, General Hartzell and his team, I mean, what great partners they've been. When we've gone up to Tallahassee, all the time they've made for us. Them seeing the same vision that we saw, they could have easily said, yeah, I see what you're saying, but, we got 5 other locations, get in line kind of thing. I mean, they got on board very quickly, and a lot of the behind-the-scenes stuff that they did. So, if you wind up talking to them before us, it looks like we're headed back to Tallahassee maybe later this fall. I just saw it in an email that we might be going in November. But I just think, relaying our thanks and our appreciation for them being just such great partners and helping steer us a bit too. There was more than a few times that General Hartzell and his team made some suggestions and recommendations to us to make sure we're all paddling in the same canoe and in the same direction. And now you see the fruits of everybody's labor. So,
yeah. Actually, Chief of Staff Al Carter is expecting a phone call from me as soon as this meeting is over.
Oh, Al didn't do anything. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, there's one other group that while we're thanking folks, our legislative delegation, and in particular Kathleen Pasadomo, early on, our delegation, with the help of Senator Pasadomo, put $500 million in the Department of Veterans Affairs budget for the sole purpose of preliminary design work of our facility so we could move things along. Then, because we weren't on the ranking list for the next nursing home, our delegation and Senator Pasadomo filed a bill to require the Florida Department of Veterans Affairs to name the next 2 nursing homes. Since we had the local match, they put us on that list.
You're giving away all the secrets. You don't want to put that stuff on there. Hey, we just got it.
The secret is if any community wants to put up $30 million for a nursing home, they can get one. So it's really been a collaborative effort from the legislature all the way through this commission. So thank you.
Yeah, there was a motion and a second already.
I think we approved it all.
Well, we haven't voted yet. I guess that's important. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, that passed unanimously. Thank you.
I did have a question.
Yes, sir. I'm
More,
sorry.
has the federal government signed off on this? I know we were up on their appropriations list, but has it been formally?
Yes, the ranking list came out at the end of the summer, and we were 1.3, which is a state with great need for new construction. And so we were the only project in that category. And then about 60 days after that, we received a letter from the VA stating that full funding was available, $74 million, their 65% of the federal match, was available during this FY25 fiscal year. So all of that will be provided to fully fund the project from their end. So we're in we have achieved a reasonable degree of certainty, as it's called.
Yeah, just another point with what the legislature did. They did appropriate $10 million for the Adult Day Health Care Center, but it was also for the Veterans Nursing Home. And so they've been spending their money to do all of the design work. The $500,000 went away fairly quickly, but they've put up the rest of the money for all of the design work. All right, thank you.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 10B. This is a recommendation to approve an expenditure of $500,000 in infrastructure sales surtax funds for the construction of a deceleration and turn lane for the Golden Gate Parkway entrance to the State Veterans Nursing Home project, and approve all necessary budget amendments. This item is also brought to the agenda by Commissioner Saunders.
Mr. Mullins, if you could let us know how the 1 cent sales tax advisory board, how they handle this. I know they voted in favor of this. And just for the board's edification, part of the reason that we brought this forward is that there's been interest earned on those dollars, and this will ensure that there are no shortfalls in the project.
Yes, first to start off, if you look at your screen there, you're looking at the Golden Gate Parkway rear entrance to the facility. The VA requires 2 ingress and egress points for their nursing homes that they help finance. The main entrance to this one, of course, will be off of 951 at 27th Street, and eventually that will be a signaled intersection. But that signaled intersection probably won't come online until just about the time the facility is being completed. So what is really needed is a safe ingress and egress point for the construction crews, which we've identified the rear entrance to Golden Gate Parkway as being the best of those 2 entrances to allow that to happen. That rear entrance will also be for goods and service delivery and staff entrance and exiting of the facility as well. And as the chair was mentioning, when you pledged the $10 million for the ADHC and outpatient services 2 years ago, of course, that money remained in our coffers. That money started to gain interest, which Mr. Johnson from our budget office has estimated is somewhere in the neighborhood of about $700,000. We're looking for $500,000 of that interest to apply towards this deceleration and turn lane. And before you ask why should we pay for it, a couple of reasons. Number one, this is not on the nursing home property. Therefore, it does not qualify for the federal matching funds. It would have to be paid for 100% by the state of Florida. Now, we could also wait for the state of Florida to jump through all their rings to get this completed as well, but it would be quicker for the county to design, pay for, and construct this with the goal of having it ready by the groundbreaking, which should occur no later than July, to allow for the construction crews to enter and exit from this location. And on this slide here that you see, that's kind of what the deceleration and turn lane will look like coming off of the parkway. It will not be a 4-way because there are some utilities in the middle there that would not make that practical, but there will be a right in and a right out, which should be all that they really need to get in and out with construction vehicles, etc. And I'm happy to answer any. Oh, just another thing. All of the interest on our other MOAs for the $30 million, et cetera, has been applied to the project. That was part of the agreement. So what we're asking for here is to just pledge some of the interest that we have gained from our own coffers towards the project as well.
All right. Anyone ready to speak on this item? Don't see anybody lit up. I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Pass unanimously.
Thank you.
Free money.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 11A. This is a recommendation that this item was continued from the April 22nd, 2025 board meeting. This is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners approve a resolution amending Resolution Number 2007-300 as amended, the purchasing policy for the Conservation Collier program for the purpose of including mitigation expenses and adjustments within the appraised value of the property. We have Miss Trinity Scott here to begin the presentation, and she will be co-hosting here with Jamie Cook, your Development Review Division Director.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Another agenda item that I feel like we've been working on for a really long time. Today we're here to discuss modifications to the Conservation Collier purchasing policy. If you will remember, way back in February, the board directed us to review the purchasing policy and make some adjustments. But during that time when we were making those adjustments, the Clerk's Inspector General's office also kind of did an audit of our purchasing, our most recent purchases, and they had some recommendations as well. So we're bringing all of those kind of all pulled back together into a nice, neat bow. These revisions have been presented to the CLAC most recently in August, and they have some additional proposed or some comments related to the provisions. The summary of the changes are we are adding zoning and location criteria to our purchase evaluation process, allowing the use of the lower appraisal value rather than the average for price negotiations when multiple appraisals are obtained, clarifying that the appraised value is a ceiling, not a required offer amount, requiring written procedures for third-party appraisals to ensure consistency, and establish parameters for use of our appraisals that are older than a year old. The results of the adoption of this policy will culminate into some internal policy changes for us that we will update some standard operating procedures and develop checklists so that we make sure that we have internal consistency. So just to go quickly through some of the changes, if the estimated value of the property is less than $500,000, we would secure one appraisal. Those appraisals will include reconciled costs. Reconciled costs means reasonable adjustments supported by the appraisal's analysis that will include mitigation expenses and other soft costs such as permitting and environmental remediation. So if you have a property that is in large part wetlands, it would be taking into consideration what it would take to actually build on the property, such as mitigation costs, fill, etc., when we're determining our purchase price. And the purchase price would be the verified lower listing price if the property is listed. We've had that during some of our reviews where the property was listed out on the MLS. So at a lower price than what our appraisers were. So we don't want to go offer more than what they were asking. Once again, just verifying that if there's a lower listing price, that we would only be offering that, and that when there's more than one appraiser, that the purchase price would be based on the lowest of the appraised values. And before the county would order an appraisal on property, there was some discussion about wetland determinations for the property, and that the proposed language has that the owner would provide a wetland determination for the property that's no older than 5 years at their sole cost and expense. And I'll talk a little bit about the CLAC's recommendations in a few moments. With regard to our appraisal methodology and comparables, properties that are listed for sale or pending properties would not be used for comparables. Other Conservation Collier properties would not be used as comparables either. And if our comparable sales needed to be outside of the county, we would just need to make sure that we really show differences in zoning, land use designation, or development potential. And that's clearly identified. And this kind of goes also into those checklists that I was talking about. Our vision for this is that we're going to have a checklist for our third-party appraisers to make sure that they're following this, but then we also have a checklist for our own internal review as we're going through it as well. The CLAC heard this, as noted earlier. They supported the look at the program and consistency with market adjustments and a formal internal review process of our appraisals. They did have some concerns with regard to the survey for wetlands and listed species, that it's going to add time to the process. They also felt that the county should bear the cost of the determinations, not the seller. And they would also prefer that we utilize the average of the two appraisals as the cap for the purchase price instead of the lower of the two appraisals. So we are here before you today with a recommendation to approve the resolution amending 2007-300 as presented. And I have Jamie Cook and Jen Belpedio and also Sally Ashkar from the County Attorney's Office, all of whom have worked on this.
Do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do, sir. We have two.
All right, I don't see anybody lit up here, so let's go to the public comment.
We'll start with Brad Cornell, and he will be followed on Zoom by Bridget Washburn.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and
Just
Commissioners.
want to say, do you have some questions now? or you
No,
wanna wait?
you said you didn't have anybody lit it up, and I didn't want you to be alone, so I'm lit up now.
We'll go through both public comments.
Okay, I'm Brad Cornell, and I'm here on behalf of Audubon Western Everglades and Audubon Florida and its Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary, collectively Audubon. Audubon is very appreciative of the vote last Thursday by 3 commissioners to continue funding Conservation Collier. For all the commissioners, there appear to be some questions and more information needed about that program. To address that information need and for the public's benefit, it may be useful to consider a workshop dedicated to Conservation Collier issues in the near future. Audubon is fine with all the revisions proposed today to the Conservation Collier purchasing policy, except one. The requirement that people applying to sell their land to Conservation Collier provide a wetland determination is a problem. We strongly object to this new policy as a disincentive for people to even apply to sell to Conservation Collier. Wetland determs can cost anywhere from $300 to thousands, depending on the size of the property and how legally sufficient you want that determination to be. It will also add further government delays in negotiating contracts. Audubon Western Everglades has provided a revision to this unwise policy, which we believe will protect the county from overpaying and not disincentivize applying to Conservation Collier. It relies on existing staff expertise on straightforward wetland determinations, as well as continuing the long-standing practice of appraising all multi-parcel projects as 100% wetlands. That's what we do today. It's a very quick, very efficient process, and that should continue. It also proposes the county hire a consultant to make wetland determinations for those very few parcels that have complicated or ambiguous wetland status. And I have a draft, but this is in your backup for this item. So you've already seen this policy that Audubon Western Everglades has proposed that we think would be
Can we get
an
a
effective.
copy of that and have it on the overhead?
It's one of your backup items there. Additionally, I want to point out, that's our suggested revisions in yellow with some underline, and what's above is what's the current text proposed. Additionally, in talking with folks familiar with land acquisitions and wetland determinations in the development world, it is our understanding that the typical outcome of wetland determinations shows significantly less wetlands on the property than originally indicated by remote general wetland databases like the National Wetland Inventory or Soils Map. I'll be done just a second.
Yeah, go ahead. I interrupted you. So
that's right. Thanks. So that, of course, will result in higher prices for the county because you're going to see more uplands and it'll be more developable based on that wetland determination. So for that reason, it may be most wise to delete the proposed revision about wetland determinations and rely on remote databases and staff expertise. That's, if our intent is not to overpay, then that might be the best policy in the long run. Thank you for considering our recommended purchasing policy revisions. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, your next and final speaker joins us on Zoom, Bridget Washburn. Bridget, you're being prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do that at this time. And there you are. Bridget, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm Bridget Washburn, Executive Director of Audubon Western Everglades. Thank you for your ongoing support of the Conservation Collier program. Audubon Western Everglades welcomes the review and input from the Clerk's Office of the Inspector General regarding the appraisal process used for Conservation Collier, as it's similar to that used for all lands purchased by the county. We're glad to see this move forward because we've been concerned about the delay in land acquisition the review has created. It's prevented the purchase of properties recommended for acquisition since February. Waiting for the new revisions to the purchasing policy has also held back the mailing of offer letters to owners of lands within the 4 large multi-parcel projects. As Brad Cornell just shared, Audubon Western Everglades supports most of the recommended revisions to the purchasing policy. However, like he said, we do object to requiring wetland determinations from the public applying to sell their conservation lands. To address this application disincentive, please do consider using our proposed revisions to policy section 2A 2C. It should still protect the county from overpaying, and it can also be welcoming to new applicants. At the moment, we have a great opportunity to fill in many pieces of what amounts to being a large land conservation puzzle. And so we urge you to get back to Conservation Collier's purpose of buying and managing conservation lands that no one else is going to protect. One final comment about the need for protecting wetlands. It is up to us to protect these areas so they can do what they naturally do to hold and cleanse stormwater and make our community more resilient. During last week's budget hearing, a public comment was made asserting that swamps and wetlands need less protection because they're largely unbuildable. Commissioner Locastro very aptly addressed the statement, pointing out that wetlands are vulnerable to development, seeing as how one of the biggest wetlands in District 1 is now the huge development of Fiddler's Creek. So these areas do need protection. We look forward to continuing our collaboration with you, your staff, and the Conservation Collier Land Acquisition Advisory Committee. Audubon Western Everglades thanks the Commission for all your time that you spend to make the program successful and the efforts you've taken to assure that the best and most conservation lands can be protected to benefit the community as a whole. We very, very much appreciate your work, so thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Trinity, I appreciate you clarifying the listing price thing. That was confusing to me, but now I understand why. You're wanting to make sure that the property isn't already listed for sale at a lower price. I wasn't able to believe that we wouldn't already know that, but I understand that now. Now let's talk about the wetlands determination aspect of this. I'm not in complete favor of what the Audubon has suggested here, nor am I in complete disagreement either. And you know as well as I do, when you're doing jurisdictionals with regard to what is wetland and what is upland, that boundary between the two is somewhat negotiable as you're going along. I certainly don't think that it's prudent for us in the TPAs or in those large parcel, I think you referred to them as large parcel areas, designating them all as wetlands, because they're not all wetlands, those parcels that are included in there. So I want to have a discussion about some sense of reality. The concern is if we put the onus on the seller, the representations are that it could be a restriction of a motivating factor for a seller to participate in the Conservation Collier program. But on the same token, if we don't do some sort of a wetland delineation, then we're leaving ourselves open to to other criticism with regard to what it is we're paying for the land. My question is what's the happy medium in the real world?
So, Jamie Cook, your Development Review Director. Currently, the way the program is operating in the 4 multi-parcel project areas, Gore, Winchester Head, Panther Walk, and Red Maple, when the appraisals are done, they provide a tier that it's 0 to 25% wetlands with a price, 25 to 50 with a price, and so on, all the way up to 100% wetlands. The offer amount currently with the current process is automatically the 100% wetland price is the offer amount, unless the owner provides a determination that they've had previously done that shows otherwise. We have not had anybody actually give us a determination that has shown anything else. They've either accepted the offer or not accepted the offer currently.
So if I can repeat that to you so that I can clarify what I heard was we are offering 100% within these multi-parcel areas, TPAs. We're offering 100% wetland as the valuation.
Correct.
That's our walking in the front door. If the seller decides that it's something different, then they have to go get their own or provide us with a wetland determination that refutes what we're offering.
That is the current practice, yes.
I like that. I think that's the most prudent path for us to in fact travel. I mean, and it doesn't. I guess if we change the word must provide a wetland to may provide a wetland determination for the property in the actual ordinance, because above, and I'm in A2, I think. If we change it to may provide a wetland determination and take the musts out of the wetland determination, that would accomplish exactly what we're doing. Unless the property is outside
that went off.
EPA.
Sorry, Troy. Yes, if they wanted to say that their property was anything other than 100% wetlands, if they provide it to us, may provide it to us, then we would look at that valuation differently.
Ms. Patterson, could you put the overhead back on?
I think we're all in the dark here. Everything just shut off.
Everything shut off.
Oh.
We had a surge.
That's John Mullen's fault, right?
Yeah, it's John Mullins.
And he's in charge of the Veterans Nursing Home. Let's
Yeah.
change that immediately.
Let's blame Mullins.
Calling in tech
Jamie
support.
kicked.
Oh,
It
Jamie
may have
kicked
been
something.
Wow. The one switch.
Remove
under
that
there
pedal
really
immediately,
gets
John.
everything off in a
It
row.
may have been me. I'm sorry.
Note that
Well, our computers went off too. That's what I'm saying. So that switch.
That pedal controls everything.
we blame Jamie, not you, Trinity.
That's
just so
fine.
you know, stay away from her. There you go.
The energy.
Wow.
Commissioner McDaniel, anything else?
Well, I just want to clarify the point, I guess, because I mean, what happens when a piece of property is offered to Conservation Collier that's outside of a TPA? We actually order an appraisal, and then the appraiser does a percentage delineation of wetlands based upon the aerial photos. Is that what I'm hearing?
Typically, yes, and guidance from Conservation Collier staff when they've looked at the property upon the initial application.
And do we actually go out and walk each one of those properties?
Typically, yes.
And so when a property outside of a TPA is offered, the appraiser has an estimation of the wetland or environmentally sensitive areas, and then we have our own, and we add those two together. And if the seller refutes that, then the seller gives us their own wetland determination?
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. That was just exactly my comments.
Okay.
If we determine the property to be wet, the seller, if they feel different, they can go get their own determination and provide that to us. Anything being a disincentive for Conservation Collier, I feel like we are the only choice a lot of these people have. I mean, there's not buyers lined up. So I'm not really worried about that. And we ultimately determine if we overpay or not. That has really nothing to do. I mean, we wag that tail.
The language that Brad Cornell and Audubon provided seems to address the issues we're talking about. Do you have any issues with that language? Because it goes further than just simply saying may provide an informal wetland determination. But I like what it says here.
Right, but in my reading of this, it is in the real estate world, there's no such thing as simple and clear status. Your opinion and my opinion, as buyer and seller, are two different things, and that's where I think our policies that we have in place cover us well enough. I'd be happy with the first change that they have, may provide. I don't care for the informal. I think it needs to be a formal wetland determination, because I could go hire anybody to go do one.
I just think must to may.
If I
Must to may and let it
Must to
rip.
may is the fix.
Yeah, we'll just keep our language.
Yeah.
If
That's
I-
the same thing.
Too many words.
If I can chime in on the informal versus formal, only the state can do formal determinations. Consultants and the county cannot do formal determinations.
Well, those
are only done by the state.
Oh, okay. Then may provide an informal wetland would still be a qualified wetland determination, but not formal.
Correct.
Okay. Those two changes that the Audubon's provided, it's fine. I think the rest of what we have will cover us.
All right, then there's another kind of a wording issue, because the next phrase, unless the property has already been identified as a wetland by Conservation Collier staff, in which case no such determination will be required. Well, no such determination is even being required at all. So I'm not sure if that language is confusing or is necessary.
I think it might fall in the line that we're only offering them the wetland price to begin with.
Yeah, we're
And if they feel that that's in error, then they can go and get a wetland determination and say, hey, we should get the higher tier price. And that'll fall back on the seller.
correct.
It's pretty simple, I think.
I don't think the county should assume that responsibility. If what I heard Jamie say was, Ms. Cook, if what I heard her say was we offer the 100% wetland price, and they refute that, then they can go get their own determination, and then we'll talk about it.
All right. Commissioner Caldwell, do you have anything else?
Well, I kind of chimed in, and that was actually where I was going with it.
Mr. Cornell, question for you, if you wouldn't mind coming back up to the podium.
Yes, sir.
You've obviously been very much involved in Conservation Collier for a long time and the whole process. If we change the word must to may, leave everything else the same, does that create, in your mind, any issues, or are you okay with that?
I'm okay with it. The only other issue, if I may throw that out there, that the rest of our recommended revisions were aimed at, were the question of staff providing expert opinion about wetland status. And so if this is a question actually for your staff, if they are comfortable providing expert opinions about is a piece of property wetland or upland or some combination, then you don't need that. But there was a question in my mind, in Audubon's mind, whether there would be some complicated parcels that had wetlands. Is this a wetland? What is this? Things that looked ambiguous. Maybe you want to go hire a consultant to do that. And those would be very few and far between. That's the way that's written. That was why that's there.
All right.
And I think that it's also in part there because not every parcel we get is part of a multi-parcel project.
Right.
So we may have larger parcels that may be more ambiguous, as Mr. Cornell said, or have more complicated determinations that would need to be done.
All right, Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah, well, that also is covered in the processes that you already, in fact, have in place. We have a property that's ordered up, we order an appraisal, the appraiser makes a determination as to the wetlands, seller accepts our offer or doesn't. And if they don't, then they provide us with their own wetland determination, and then we And then in the meantime, we've trooped staff out to go walk the property and have a look-see as to whether the estimates of the wetlands are in fact correct or not. And we've actually, I think we've covered that all the way through by starting out at 100% wetlands for the TPAs, and then the other properties that are outside of those can be negotiated with the seller.
All right, I think we're probably ready for a motion at this point.
The only other thing, unless Trinity has something that we may need some guidance on, is that very last sentence that's not highlighted. That if we're not going to necessarily require a determination.
We don't do this. We're not using this. This is put up here for an example.
We're using yours to talk.
Yeah, we're changing the word must to may in section C that you've
Correct, but that last sentence is the same in both, that the appraisal cannot proceed until a determination is received.
It shouldn't be. I don't think an appraisal should be done until those things are delineated.
Well, if we're going to say that, like for the multi-parcel projects, for example, that they are all wet, I don't know that I need a determination.
I look at it this way: if they accept the price, then you don't need a
determination.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hall.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, and eventually, when we go in there to clear the exotic stuff like that, we can make a closer determination on how we treat it or how we don't treat it. And at that point, once we own it, I don't see why we're getting in weeds so deep in these weeds. Weeds and a pun, but I think we're more or less talking about buying the property now, a easier, smoother process of purchasing this property without us competing against ourselves every time we buy these properties. So I think that's where we're at.
Commissioner Hall.
I'm totally comfortable with staff determining whether a property is wetland or upland. I mean, it's not rocket science.
It is rocket science.
It's science, but it's not rocket science. I'm going to make a motion to approve this ordinance with the change of must to may.
All right.
And the addition of informal. And the addition of informal. The informal wetland determinations, that delineates
and the addition of
Yeah.
informal, since we
It
don't have
does.
the capability of doing it formally.
If you'll do that, I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, that passes unanimously.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
We're in trouble now.
Too late.
Good news, and thank you for Commissioner, but it really is good news, because I must say, I think that we've worked so closely with staff, what we were seeing, the things that we looked at, I think it is a better product. I just want to assure Brad and others, I think you'll have more money to spend on all the properties. I think this is such a fiscal move in the right direction that it'll eventually benefit the project. But it's a good example of working, and yes, it took a couple months, but I think you have something that's better for the taxpayer and better for conservation. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 11F. This was formerly 16D8. This is a recommendation to approve and authorize the county manager to sign the low-income pool letter of agreement with the Agency for Healthcare Administration in the amount not to exceed $2,371,401 to participate in the Medicaid Central Receiving Facility Low Income Pool Program, generating $3,171,846.24 in federal matching funds for the benefit of David Lawrence Mental Health Center, to sign the provider questionnaire to assist in meeting the state-required match obligation and authorize the necessary budget amendments to the fiscal year 2026 budget in the amount of $594,235.91. This item was moved at Commissioner Hall's request, and Miss Christy Sontag is here to present or answer questions. She is the Director of Community and Human Services.
Commissioner Hall, do you want a presentation, or do you?
I don't need a presentation. I pulled this forward just for some discussion. You know where my heart is. I'm looking to save the taxpayers' money. And when I saw this, I thought, you know what? We've given David Lawrence Center $56 million to build their house. We've given them naming rights to raise their money. And I don't know if it's government's job to continue pitching into a low-income pool just to be matched. I understand the importance of it. I really understand the importance of it. But I asked the county attorney if we didn't participate in the LIP, could David Lawrence participate in it and still get the match? And the answer is yes. So I just wanted to bring it up for a small discussion or not discussion at all, and see if that's where we want to continue going. I know we've done it in the past, and we've done it in the past, and we've done it in the past. But that doesn't necessarily make it worthy of doing it today.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Well, and when I saw this come up, my question was, well, what would happen if Collier County applied for these funds and then distributed them in a different manner other than to, what are those two talking about? How are you going to answer my question when you're over there?
I'm sorry, Commissioner. Could you please, Christy Sontag, Community Human Services Director, for the record, could you repeat your question, please?
I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
I have all these thoughts that come up, and then you're
I know, then I scooted over, I'm sorry.
The question was, could the county apply for these funds and redistribute them to other caregivers?
The allocation has the $1.7 million that the county has adopted in the fiscal year 26 budget that is being used to contribute to the low-income pool program. Those funds are part of the statutory match requirement. So you can direct your funds however you see fit, if that's what you're asking me.
Commissioner Hall.
I think the answer is David Lawrence is one of the only qualified people to participate in the match. If I'm not,
they are, for this particular low-income pool, because it's for the central receiving facility. Right. You are correct. They're the only ones who are able.
The only choice that we really have is, do we want to? If we want to pitch in the 1.7, we can. If we want to do it a lesser amount, we can. If we don't want to do it at all, we can. They still get the 500 and something thousand from the sheriff, which will be matched at the Fed. And it's just, I don't really care. I don't have an axe to grind here. But at some point in time, we said that we would start taking a look at the way we spend money, and this is one of those ways that we look.
What is the amount of money that comes back?
The multiplier?
Yeah, what was the multiplier? No, it changes.
The multiplier, so the county's adopted general fund budget allocated $1,777,165. The multiplier from the feds is $3,171,846, which yields to David Lawrence Center $5.5 million.
After the sheriff's match.
Yeah, because we combined the sheriff's $594,000 that they provide to David Lawrence Center for in-jail services with our $1.7 million to equate to the 2.3 for the LIP LOA.
So obviously it's a financial benefit that all communities are able, or a lot of institutions are able to benefit in. Mm-hmm. Mr. Burgess, can you tell us what you're going to do with that money? Just kind of in general, because
yeah. Well, so for the record, Scott Burgess, David Lawrence Centers, appreciate the opportunity to be here. Those dollars and great questions, and happy to answer any additional questions. So we are the only qualifying organization in Collier County for this program because of our designation as a community mental health center and because of the central receiving facility functions that we provide. The central receiving functions that we provide and why we're eligible for this funding is because we provide so much uncompensated care. Between the number of folks that come to us for services that are completely uninsured and have low income, and those that have Medicaid, it's 80%, so 8 out of every 10 individuals. So therefore, there's this program that was established through the federal government low-income pool in order to help with absorbing all of that care cost in a way that keeps doors open for these critical services. So when we say what are we using the money for, it's for the increase in services that we're providing to Collier County residents that are in need, of which the vast majority of them are lower income and have either no insurance or are underinsured.
Right. Any registered speakers? We're ready for a motion. I don't see anybody lit up here. To get it on the floor, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Right, we have a motion second. Any discussion on the motion?
Maybe we can take a look at next year's budget so that this money's not budgeted. We got to start somewhere, y'all. So,
Well,
right. Commissioner McDaniel?
Yeah, and I mean, it's budgeted, but it's discretionary at the same time. And I appreciate the conversation of not just doing it because we've always done it. So I'm in support of the motion.
All right, we have a motion and second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That passes unanimously.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 15. Item 15A is public comments on general topics not on the current or future agenda by individuals not already heard during the previous public comments in this meeting.
We have none.
Very good. That brings us to staff project updates. We do have one, which was our add-on item. This is a discussion on our NIM handout, and I see Mr. Giblin is coming up for this.
So a couple meetings ago, I had mentioned that I was on the opposite end of a couple of bad NIMs, and we all have been, where citizens fire off a bunch of emails to us saying why weren't commissioners at the NIM, and we just got briefed at the NIM that such and such is being built and already approved, and so Cormac and his team put together basically a one-page handout that hits home to citizens, and this would be handed out at the NIM. We always have county staff at the NIM as observers, but to maybe have them a little more proactive at the NIMs to hand this out to people who attend, and it stresses you're about to hear a proposal of a possible project, and then it explains to them the different steps between what the Planning Commission is and what it isn't. Planning Commission gives a recommendation, not approval, and so this is, and we've got a QR code on here where if somebody takes a picture of that, it sends them to the county website and gives them even more information. But, just sort of a one-pager that our county staff can hand out that separates rumor from fact. Why don't y'all take a look at it, have Cormac speak to it if you think something on here could be more clear. But the goal was, in the end, for us all to have this document somewhere on our desktop, so if you ever had to answer a NIM question, you could always attach this, so that if you had a NIM coming up, this or something like this would be put in the hands of everybody who attended, since a lot of citizens seem to be confused. They think the NIM's in some cases the last stop, and what they're about to hear has already been pre-approved. Some of that too is, I believe, the applicant, the builder, to the developer, sort of overstepping their bounds at the NIMs, and maybe this will be something that we give them as well, so that they, when they give their presentation, they stress that I'm about to, brief all citizens on a proposal that has yet to be approved and may or may not happen. But Cormac, why don't you give us the sort of the short version of what we've got here in front of us and your thoughts and how it would work?
Sure, Commissioner. For the record, Cormac Giblin, your Housing Policy and Economic Development Director. And as you mentioned, it was with cooperation with you and your office, putting together something easily understandable by the public that would describe the development review process in Collier County and where that NIM fits in, what the purpose of the NIM is, who attends, who doesn't attend, and that no final decisions are made until a project is heard here by the Board of County Commissioners. At the top of the flyer, we have the steps of the development review process, starting with the pre-application meeting, an application, a staff review, then the NIM occurs. County staff then writes their staff report, goes to Planning Commission for a recommendation only, and then the Board of County Commissioners makes the final decision after that. There's public input taken throughout that process, including both in the public hearings and also through email and other correspondence with staff. Troy, oh,
Troy's
I can do it here. We go through some questions again as the commissioner stated, about the purpose of the NIM, how we're talking about proposed projects, why they're required, and the purpose is to give the residents a voice before the public hearings are scheduled. At the NIM, it's the developer's responsibility to explain their proposed uses, followed again by the recommendation and final decision by the Board of County Commissioners. The NIMs are recorded, and elected officials typically do not attend the NIMs, and any comments or commitments made by developers are documented there. And then we have over here on the right-hand side the key roles of all the participants in the process. The applicant's responsibility, the public has a responsibility in the process to keep themselves knowledgeable and aware of what's going on. County staff's responsibility, the planning commissions, and the Board of County Commissioners. This website and this QR code at the bottom take you to the community development website of development review, how to look up and research projects through the CityView portal. And a link to this flyer has been put on the new Collier.gov homepage in the informational tiles.
And I think it's good too that all citizens leave an M and they've got a phone number, website. They're not just leaving empty-handed saying, "Oh my God, they're breaking ground on this giant apartment complex tomorrow." That's what it sounded like at the NIM. So,
yeah, and I worked on this. I'd like to give some credit to the technical folks back in the office with in growth management, Chris Montolio and Jason Regula, and then also our colleagues over in public utilities and solid waste. Carrie and Vanessa were gracious enough to loan me Miss Keegan Giblin in our recycling division to help me with some of the graphics.
No relation?
Yeah. She wasn't quite happy reporting the dad for a couple hours to get this done.
Cormac, just one question for you. Who would have the responsibility to make sure whatever county staff attended the NIM, they were given 200 copies of these or whatever we anticipated? Who would make sure that happens?
Well, the NIM meeting is a responsibility of the developer. It's the developer who holds the meeting, hosts the meeting, and presents at the meeting. We would encourage them to have copies here of this there, and if not, staff would also have backup copies.
Yeah, I would really recommend, at least if the commissioners agree that this is at least a helpful document, that we don't leave it up to the developer, that if staff is getting in their cars and driving to the NIM, that they bring a stack, with them, and not that we just put the onus on the developer to make the copies, and then they go, "Oh, I forgot, now let's continue with the NIM." Then this thing isn't worth the paper it's printed on. I mean, to me, this is a homework assignment that the county staff who goes with a spiral notebook and a pen to document what they see brings enough. And usually we have a good estimation of how large the NIM is going to be based on what room and the size project. But I don't know who that would be, Mr. French, or maybe it's Mr. Bosey. But let's make sure that doesn't fall through the crack, or we put it on the developer and say, you have to make copies of this and just throw it on a table. Because that's the other thing too, being proactive, that it's handed to somebody from county staff. It's not just put on a table, and when 200 people leave the NIM, they're all still sitting there. Then we've just wasted this. But I appreciate all the work you put in. The commissioners have any input, questions,
Commissioner
thoughts?
McDaniel.
Yeah, I like this, and one of the questions I think this is wonderful because our community is growing. There's a lot of new people here. This is SOP for us, but there's a lot of new people here that don't know what this SOP is. My thought was we today expanded the notice process for use changes, and that comes with a mailer. Why not
include this in the mailer? It wouldn't be any, I don't think it would be any more expensive. By the developer. Yeah, the mailers, the public notice mailers that go out are produced and mailed by the developers. I understand that, but have this be a portion of their notice to the community that they're proposing a use change. And if there is an expense for an additional page added to their notice, then minimally include the QR code down there that has all this and a direct link to the website as to this process. The information is key to success, and education is key to success. And if we can
if we can require a developer to send this out so that there's a notice of the process to the community, then why not do it that way?
We can certainly look at bringing that back with an update to your admin code to require that this be included in that.
That's the process to get it to be a requirement.
Correct.
Okay. I love that. Did you come up with this all by yourself, or did Cormac help you?
I think it was Keegan.
This is like draft 3, but the only thing I would add, I see what Commissioner McDaniel is saying, but like I'll use the Costco NIM for an example. I had people that never got a mailer from the developer because they live on Marco, but they still went to the NIM. So I think we got to hit this at both sides, because a lot of the confusion that happens on the big projects that eventually come to us, the confusion starts at the NIM. So I know this is just one piece of paper. It may not seem like no big deal or what have you, but as Commissioner McDaniel said, this is standard operating procedure for us. But for a lot of citizens, they go to an NIM and walk out and go, oh my God, bulldozers are coming tomorrow. So I like the idea of it going in the mailer, but also there's a lot of people that attend NIMs that a friend tells them, oh my God, they're building a 600 person apartment building, please fill the room. So I think it's got to be sort of on both sides, but come back to us with your thoughts. I mean, I think this document serves the purpose, but it only works if it gets in the hands of everybody who walks in the door, for the NIM, or could be invited to the NIM in the case of people who get the mailers.
Commissioner Hall.
Good job. I sat during lunch and explained this very same piece of paper to a guy in District 2. When it comes to the NIMs, how is the developer required to advertise? Just like Commissioner LaCastro said, a lot of times people away from it. Is there a place to put it? You know how we put these little signs up there on the property? Public hearing, notice, blah, blah, blah. I wonder if there's a place on those same signs where the developer could stick a little sticky label on there with the date and time and place of the NIM.
Mike Bosey, Plan and Zoning Director. NIMs are not required to have on-site signage. They're required, and we're bringing a item back to you to allow for the advertising of NIMs at the clerk's website, where all of the legal ads are now running. So it used to be a newspaper ad. Now it's at that location as well as mailers to the notification area. But there are no signs that are required to be posted for NIMs.
No, I understand that. I was just, it's obviously beneficial to the developer to have good public input so that they don't get blindsided in the end. And since there is no requirement, if the developer, you can get those little sticky those little sticky labels. I added them to my campaign signs when I forgot to put my permit number on them. So I had to go buy a little sticky and put it on every single one of those things. It could just be, hey, the NIM takes place November 7th at Orange Blossom at 6 p.m. I was just trying to think of how the public could get a better notice, because that's a lot of the emails that I get is, I wasn't notified. How did you sneak this through? And there's all that. We're not sneaking anything.
Commissioner LaCastro.
Cormac, I was just going to add, unless the commissioners make any changes, to this today or in the future, they might get some questions and we have some improvements. If you could email this to all the commissioners, and then I would just tell my colleagues here, maybe you can add this to one of your newsletters, or if you have a big town hall meeting, make some copies of it. I think the more that we can educate citizens on the approval process and separate rumor from fact, the better. And this is a good one-page handout that I think, like you said, you've already put it on the webpage and some other places, but we touch citizens, directly in big numbers in our town halls and on our newsletters. So, I, for one, if this is what we want to go with as our first draft, and then see if there's any confusion, try to get it out as best we can.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Well, then maybe as we're talking about the adjustments to the administrative code, we have a discussion with regard to the criterion on the signs for advertisement. We could put the QR code on those signs that someone can actually get a link straight to. We can have that discussion when we're talking about adjusting the admin code.
And Mr. Giblin pointed out a very good point. The signs for the public hearings are posted 15 days prior to the Planning Commission, and obviously they'll be up for the board hearing. That's probably sometimes 6 months after a NIM's already been had.
True.
It's a disconnect, because if we were to add the signage for NIMS, I think 250 more restrictive would be an issue in terms of us imposing additional regulations upon the development community based upon the restrictions that have been placed from the state legislator. But it's like I said, there's a timing mismatch. The NIMS normally they're normally 3 to 4 months prior to the Planning Commission meeting, because the NIMS are held after the first review, and most petitions go through 3 rounds of review.
I think this is a huge improvement to what's in fact going on from an educational standpoint.
And I don't think we need to vote on it. It's not a voting thing. It was just informational, and if y'all think it's valuable, help us get it out. If you know you have a NIM coming up, maybe, talk to Mr. Bosey or Cormac and say, hey, who's going from the county? Make sure they bring a copy of many copies, or however you want to do it. I mean, it's not like we're having 5 NIMs a week or anything, but when we have it, I think we all agree that it's an important piece, and there's some improvement that that we need to implement.
And I would say, Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director, with the nodding of the heads from the Board of County Commissioners, I'll talk to my staff at our staff meeting on Friday. All future NIMs, this is what we're going to bring, and they're going to make sure that they're distributed to everyone who's there, and we encourage them to read through it.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, great. Anything else?
Make sure our Facebook reporters get a copy of this too.
Thanks, Cormac. Appreciate it.
Ms. Patterson, does that conclude your?
Yes, sir. That brings us to item 15C, Staff and Commission General Communications. The only thing I have is a reminder on the DAS adoption fee waivers that are set to end on October 1st, being extended to, let's say, October 15th, so we can get through the fee policy on the 14th.
Let's go ahead and extend it through the end of October.
Okay.
That way, if
Yes,
there's
sir.
another delay, we don't have to
Yes,
worry
sir.
about it. So the motion is to continue the fee waiver through the end of October
Understood.
for the adoptions. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. All right, so anything else?
That's all I have, sir. County Attorney.
Nothing at this time.
All right. Commissioner Colwell.
Thank you, Chairman. I just did a couple little housekeeping things, because I was like officially, unofficially made the liaison with the Clam Bay Pass Committee was one. The other one was Naples Airport Authority was the other. So I keeps piling on. But I just want to kind of, I'll just touch on the Airport Authority one. You guys probably got a copy of Mr. Representative Botana. He's submitting a local legislative rule. So you guys pretty much read that, and it basically comes down to the point where it would put the NAA, the Naples Airport Authority, as elected officials countywide, 2 from county residency and 3 from the city of Naples, if it passes. So just kind of give you a heads up. What you might not know, this was something that I found out on Friday the 19th. There's an organization called Friends of Naples Airport. They just filed a class action lawsuit against the city of Naples for overreach, removing powers from the NAA. There's just a multitude of different things in the language that I saw, but I guess that was presented to them on Friday. So there's a lot of things going on, like just all one time piled up on the airport situation, other than them asking us to move it a couple times. Clam Bay Committee. I have 2 civilians that live along the border, the waterways. They did meet with Mr. Fogg, unofficially, officially. They had a breakfast together, talked about some things. They were supposed to have an official meeting October 3rd. City manager was supposed to give us a name of one city representative by, hopefully it was supposed to be today, but I haven't heard back yet. The only good thing, I don't know if it's a good thing, but Mr. Fogg had notified everybody that they're canceling the October 3rd meeting because they're not going to have a quorum, I guess. So it's been pushed back again. So that'll give us some time to have the city rep, that name and that person, to be able to attend it with the 2 civilians. So other than that, it's kind of just a quick brief.
Commissioner Hall.
Just want to make a comment. Thank y'all for entertaining what seems to be me pushing a square peg in a round hole constantly. Eventually, though, I think that we'll get to where I want to get to, but at some point in time, we got to begin, and that's really what my whole motive is, my whole purpose is. I'm not butthurt about anything. I just wanted to say thanks for listening and considering it.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah, I have 2 little cleanup items. When we were talking about the DAS ordinance, we didn't put anything in there specifically with regard to direction to staff to get the information to the DAS board at any specific time in advance of the meeting. And I think we ought to talk about that just to see, just to give some specific direction. Maybe if Jamie or whoever wants to hear about that, what's a comfortable time frame for you without turning your apple cart upside down?
So typically, what happens is that when we take these to advertisement 10 days, with the notice, the agenda packets are done, and they have been done that way in the past. Unfortunately, what's happened there is, you have had some vacancies, and really the question is, are we meeting or not, or are we meeting or not? And in many cases, there wasn't a whole lot because, like the veterinarian not being hired, we were using outside services, the remodel going on. All of these are very important, but 10 days would probably be the best because the agenda's set, it's advertised, and all the members would be notified.
How about a week in advance of the meeting then? Ensure that all registered members, whether we're meeting or not, all registered members of the DAS Advisory Committee have the agenda and the backup. And that's 3 days after the advertisement.
That is more than fair, and sir, I think we're going to exceed those expectations.
You all okay with that?
Absolutely. How are the agendas put together?
So they were set up by Ms. McLean with her management staff, and they are all multifaceted. They are doing many things, including at one time working in the clinic with a contract vet versus a full-time vet. I've taken some of my support staff from growth management, Diane Lynch, many of you know Diane, as well as Donna Guittard in our office. They've taken over a lot of those roles to help Meredith and her staff, because we have found that sometimes in the dog and cat world, it kind of goes to the dogs and cats sometimes.
All right.
Thank you.
I think the message has been from all of us that we'd like to see this board functioning and having a decent agenda and all of that. So.
Yes, sir, absolutely. And by the way, Ms. Lynch and as well as Ms. Guittard support you on your agenda, as well as the Planning Commission, Code Enforcement, and those other boards that exist. I just had not had an opportunity to pull some other work away from them to be able to support Meredith.
Okay.
The last point is during our budget hearings last week, I know that staff this year on Conservation Collier appropriated 50% of the Conservation Collier tax over into reserves for ongoing maintenance. And the ordinance currently only calls for a minimum of 25%, and I'd like by policy for us to raise that to at least 50%. So I'd like for us to, are you coming up to address me on that?
Yes, sir. Jamie Cook for the record. When we revised the program ordinance last year, March of 2024, the language was written that not only do you set the millage rate every year, but you set the percentages into the funds each year. So there's no minimum or maximum in the current ordinance.
Did we take the old 20, because there used to only be 15% by ordinance. You don't have to show me, just tell me.
Yep. It used to be 75-25. We took that out, and you can set it every year.
Now we set it every year. Okay, so then it's necessarily covered. I don't have to.
You don't have to change the ordinance.
Don't have to do anything then. Okay.
All right.
I said at the last budget meeting that I'm really encouraged by the 5 men that sit up here, the 5 commissioners, that even though we might agree to disagree, I really feel when it comes to investing the taxpayers' money, we're paddling in the same direction, even if we have disagreements and discussion. But, you know, to make a comment to what Commissioner Hall just said, the comment I would just make is sometimes it's inferred when you say, you know, I'm really looking to make sure we don't waste taxpayers' money, or I want to cut taxes, or I want to do this. When the vote then doesn't go that way, it's, you know, as we say up here, words matter. It's somewhat inferred that we didn't care about saving taxpayer dollars. You know, when you make a video and you just say, you know, I tried real hard to save taxpayer dollars, but I lost 3-2. It sort of is throwing a stone at the three of us that we weren't smart enough to save that money. So all the comment I would make is I'm really encouraged by the healthy conversation and the sharp pencils and the calculators that we're all using. But you know, I think we all share that we're trying to make sure we're investing taxpayer dollars and not wasting it. But if a vote doesn't go the way of a certain commissioner, it doesn't mean that we're not smart enough to know how to spend the money. So that's all I would say. And I'm saying this with healthy conversation, not to be disrespectful in any way, but you know, like we say, sort of words matter. So I feel like I've been on the side we all have of different votes, different ways, and it doesn't mean that we cared less, or you know, in that particular instance, we you know, one commissioner tried to save the taxpayer dollars, but failed because we weren't smart enough to do it, or we didn't care enough to do it. So you know, if that's not what you're saying, I just would say you know, words matter. So that's my only rebuttal to that.
So, Commissioner, no inference was, I was merely having fun at breakfast. There was no inference. I had no problem with the vote.
Well, one of the things I say is sometimes it's not how it's said, it's how the citizens hear it.
That's
And
fine.
so
They can hear it however they want. I know me, I know my motive, I know my heart. So
Okay.
I hear you, but nothing was inferred.
And I will just say that the good thing about this board is that we can disagree on things, and we have. We've had several 3-2 votes. We've had a lot of 4-1 votes. None of us take anything personally, and which is a good thing, because we make better decisions when we have disagreement. It would be a shame if we had 5 commissioners that just voted in lockstep on everything. So I think we make better decisions, even though we do have a divided board on a lot of issues. But I understand what you're saying as well, that you know, it can look to the public that 3 commissioners voted to raise taxes. Well, the reality is 3 commissioners did. So I mean, it's we kept the millage rate steady, but we did it because we felt that was in the best interest of the county going forward. But the dialogue leading up to it was very helpful, because we're all looking for ways to sharpen our pencils and be more efficient with the way we spend money. So I have nothing else to add. And with that, we are adjourned.
Cool beans.